Hi, hi, Tavani. Hi. Okay, okay. So,
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully everybody can hear me. If you can just indicate a yes in the chat box. A few people would do. That will be great. And thumbs up. Thank you very much. So don't worry about the yeses in the chat box. It will fill up too quickly. So welcome to a webinar hosted by the National Institute for Occupational Health, a specialized division of the National Health Laboratory Services, the NHLS, and a sister institution to the NICD, the National Institute for Communicable Diseases. The National Institute for Occupational Health, that is us, the NIOH, is hosting another webinar, and today the webinar is the biannual Research Day 2024. The last one was in 2022, and the next one will be in 2026. So welcome to this webinar. The webinar wants to showcase and share quite a bit of the knowledge generation process, and colleagues, both internally and externally, who has engaged in this process and will be sharing what they have done thus far, or the outcomes of that particular research. So without further delay, just before I introduce the executive director, that is Professor Spo Khalamono, the executive director of the NIH, to do the introduction and overview, I welcome all of you. We've had a bumper registration of over 1,400 people for the session. Unfortunately, we can only accommodate 1,000, and we now have 959 who are logged in already. Once we reach the 1,000, people will have to go to the YouTube channel in order to join and listen there. And please, they should just put their details in there. So a bit of just admin. Please, Kwena, Vangile, and Metse, just lower your hands. Your hands are not going to be recognized. It will only be recognized later on if there is the need, if there's time permitting for you to engage with the presenters in only the Q&A slots. So it's only Kwena whose hand is still up. Thank you very much for the others. Please use the Q&A box when you want to ask questions specific to the presenter's topic and the content of their slides. And then also, if you want to say any admin related or any other sort of comment, please use the chat box. Q&A box only for specific content and technical questions to the presenters, and the chat box for other aspects and so on. Your HPCSA or professional registration and membership number was captured in your Zoom registration form when you did the link to register. So you don't have to repeat that in the chat box. It just fills the chat box, and it makes it difficult for us to follow the key issues that is raised there by colleagues in the chat box with regard to admin-related matters. Without further ado, Prof. Spo Khalamono is going to do the introduction and overview. That will be followed by the two plenary speakers, the main speakers, and that's Dr. Selo Manato and Mr. Krish Chetty. And then after that, there'll be the oral presentations chaired by Dr. Motladle and Dr. Gomba, NIH colleagues. And the session that follows that is the digital poster presentation sessions. I'm going to hand over to Professor Spo Khalamono immediately. She has already shared the slides, and I'm going to ask her to open her microphone so that she can proceed with the introduction and overview. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashraf. Thank you so much, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you. If you could move closer to the microphone or just speak a little bit louder, that'd be great. Thanks, Prof. Over to you.
All right. No, I'll do so. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I've been asked to do an overview of the NIOH, seeing that many of the participants outside of the NIOH might not know what the NIOH does. But firstly, I just want to thank everyone for coming and welcome everyone. Just want to welcome all the participants, all the speakers, everyone who's here, especially the distinguished guests. But specifically, I just want to say a special word of welcome to our two plenary speakers, Mr. Krish Chetty from the HSRC and Dr. Selo Manoto from the NRF. Thank you so much. We welcome all of you, including our sponsors. My internet is struggling a bit, so I may have to maybe if you allow me, Ashraf, can I just switch off my video?
Yes, thank you, Prof. That will help with bandwidth.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me just take you through the NIH presentation. My slides are not moving. I'm not sure why.
You could perhaps just reshare again, Prof, just to try again. Otherwise, we can support you from the side, but it's best if you manage your slides.
Let me try again. Okay, yeah, so the NIOH Biennial Research Day, it is really an opportunity for us to showcase our multidisciplinary work and highlight the amazing work that our colleagues, our scientists, our associates have been doing all along. The aim of this event is really to encourage us to support and support preventive interventions in the workplace. In this way, we are able to make a positive impact on occupational health and safety in South Africa. The point of research in today's world is not only to put our names on paper, but to make a definite change in the workplace. So I'm hoping that today's research activities and ideas that are going to be shared here will definitely be able to be transformed into policy or into legislation or any actionable items for the workers' health. So going to the National Laboratory Services, the NIOH, as Ashraf has introduced, is part and parcel, it's a division of the National Health Laboratory Service, where the NHLS. NHLS was established in 2001 and is a public entity, a Schedule 3A public entity. It is a lab service for the public service. It is a monopoly in the public service, and it offers services for over 80% of the population. So all those that are going to the private labs would know which private labs are, and everybody else uses the NHLS for lab services. Let me go further. So the macro structure is that we belong to the National Department of Health, like the MRC, the Office of Health Standards Compliance, and all the other entities of the National Department of Health. And under the NHLS, NIOH is one of the divisions, as well as NICD and forensics. I just wanted to paint this picture because there seems to be a lot of confusion as to how we are linked to the NHLS and eventually to the NIOH. So in the same way that MRC is part and parcel of the NIOH, we are part and parcel of the NHLS. So what are our functions? Functions are diagnostic service, research, and training. And we, at the NIOH, we have evolved really from a long time ago where we were supporting health of minors to now providing leadership, support, and guidance on all occupational health matters. I have made the support and guidance very bold and in red for a reason. We support and we don't actually have the capacity to be hands-on in every single entity in South Africa. So the support is either in advisory services, investigation of occupational health events, and we also support workers' compensation. And we play a lead role in many technical committees around nationally and globally in formulation of national regulatory policies and guidelines, and also legislation. We are also proud because we are recognized as a Center of Excellence for Occupational Health, and we also function in that way in terms of knowledge and expertise for the South African government, industry, organized labor, and the SADC community. I just wanted to repeat that our reach is not only within South Africa. We are expected to offer our services and advice and support to everybody in the sub-Saharan Africa because we are the WHO collaborating center, the only one in occupational health in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. So our reach is very wide. And as my next slide says, we only have about 172 employees. About maybe just under 100 of those are technical staff. The rest is inclusive of our cleaners, security personnel, and admin staff. So you can see that with a handful of us, there is no ways that we can actually be in each and every workplace and do, be hands-on in each and every workplace. So, but we are there for support, and we have capacity to train and to do research. Talking about research, knowledge generation, we do this in collaboration with institutions of higher learning, developmental partners, government entities, and we do make recommendations, as I said earlier on, for prevention of work-related injuries and illnesses. Our teaching and training is quite intense and involved. We conduct it in collaboration with the institutions of higher learning. We also do industry training as well, industry teaching, and we build capacity for all critical nurses of occupational health practitioners. So we contribute to training of occupational medicine specialists, occupational hygienists, all cadres that are important and contribute to occupational health, including ergonomics and the scientist cadres as well. Our services are vast, and they include advisory services to both the private and the public sector, and we also conduct surveillance using various sources of data on occupational injuries and diseases. As I mentioned earlier on, we are the only WHO collaborating center for occupational health in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. So the expectation is for the NIOH to offer support and OHS policy and legislative direction to the SADC community, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and all the other SADC community. I'm going to just maybe talk a little bit about our specialized services. Under occupational health, we have occupational health and systems and safety policies, systems and programs under the SHE and HIV and quality assurance departments. All these departments are housed within the NIOH. We have the occupational medicine and occupational hygiene departments as well. We have fully functioning specialized laboratories, immunology and micro, toxicology and biochem, analytical services and pathology, which also performs a statutory function of looking at autopsies of minors and ex-minors. We also have the epidemiology and surveillance section that has kindly organized this research day-to-day with a team in the NIOH. And we also host the National Biobank, which hosts specimens from a variety of sources for quite a long time, and these are a source of our data as well for some of the research projects. So in a nutshell, these are some of the departments, and in the background, we have a lot of support structures and support departments like information services and communications and HR and finance. If you need more information about the exact services of each and every department, please feel free to go to our website. Teaching and training or capacity development, as I mentioned earlier on, this is conducted and done in association with all the institutions of higher learning. It's formalized undergraduate teaching and postgraduate teaching, but we also do training events through seminars like these ones, webinars, workshops, and industry teaching and experiential learning, where there is an opportunity for students or interns to be associated with the NIOH for a period of maybe a week up to, and including maybe up to 2 years or so, where they learn practical experience within the NIOH, and those opportunities are availed to everyone. Knowledge generation. As a center of excellence and a referral institute, the NIOH also engages in generating new knowledge in the form of research in all various occupational health and safety disciplines. The research we do is really to respond to the South African needs and priorities. And it's research that we carefully select, that it is not blue sky research, it's applicable research that will improve workers' health in their workplaces. And we obviously collaborate with all of you that are here and with those that are in other institutions across the globe. So we pride ourselves by being associated with a whole lot of partners, governmental entities and public entities, professional societies, organized labor, NGO business, universities, and local and international partnerships, including the WHO and the ILO. So we really are a hub and a platform for everyone in occupational health and safety to be able to fly and spread their wings all over the world using the National Institute for Occupational Health as a base. So this is your institution. Use it, use us, but just be aware that there are limitations in terms of what we can do as hands-on. But we are here, all of us, with open hands and open hearts to receive you and to be your partners and to work with you in occupational health. So I just want to thank you for coming to us, a really blitz, very, very, very quick a roundup of the NIOH, but please feel free to be able to go to our website to be able to get much more information. I just wanted to, maybe my parting word, just to say a lot of work goes behind planning an event such as the one that you're attending today. Let us take this opportunity to make it profitable, make it fruitful, the discussions that are coming out of here, to birth new ideas and not just a tick box for us to be able to have another publication on our list. This is a good platform for us to share ideas. So I just want to take an opportunity to thank Professor Nisha, who spearheaded this as the head of research at the NIOH with her team, the research committee. And Ashraf, I know you're going to thank everybody, so let me just take this opportunity to thank you. You've been the heartbeat of all the organization with the IT team and everybody else. So thank you so much, Ashraf, for all your hard work and for all your facilitation skills. I wish you all the best, everybody. May the day go as planned, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Spo Haramono, our Executive Director here at the NIH, the National Institute for Occupational Health. I don't want to delay things further, but want to hand over to our next speaker. That's Dr. Selo Manoto. Just a quick note. We do have 3 sponsors. I just want to quickly mention, you will see their logos have appeared in the pre-webinar slides, and there will be some inputs later on in the program. So that is Ingaba Biotech, Merck, and LASIK South Africa. We will hear a little bit more about them later on. Okay, thank you, Prof. So now I'm going to hand out over immediately Dr. Selo Manoto. I'm not going to do any detailed introductions. He may add anything that may not have been covered in the pre-webinar slides. So I hand over to you just to quickly share your slides and to check your microphone and audio. And while that happens, Dr. Manoto is a seasoned research professional with over a decade of experience in research. His experience spans medical diagnostics research and innovations, as well as research management. You can see more details of that when we play the pre-webinar slides again in terms of his bio sketch. Dr. Selo, you've got to just maximize your slides at the moment. It's not in presenter mode. Okay, reminder to everybody.
Good
Go ahead,
morning.
Dr. Selo. Good morning.
Yes. Can I just get an indication if you can see my slides?
I can see your slide, but it's not been activated. I just see the PowerPoint functions and so on with the first slide in the middle. And if you could change the display settings on the top, there's a display settings, the second from the left to swap the presenter mode. The second from the left, yes, right on top, display settings. At the moment, we see 2 slides. your first slide, and then a smaller second slide. So right on top, there's display settings that you just need to change.
So let me just stop sharing and reshare again.
Okay. So please, a quick reminder, admin-wise, do not raise your hands now. I'm going to ask somebody, and that's Eve Tuma. Please drop your hand. You will be allowed, time permitting, to raise your hand later on when the presenters are done. Use the chat box if you want to ask any admin-related matters, and the Q&A box for the specific topic and content that Dr. Selomanoto is going to deal with now. Your slide is perfect, Dr.
Okay.
Selo. I'm going to
Okay.
hand over to you. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you so much, Ashraf. Once again, good morning, everyone. So as Ashraf has introduced myself, I'm Sulomanoto. I'm from the National Research Foundation. I'm the director responsible for emerging researcher programs, and I'm going to take you through some of the NRF funding opportunities that we have that are dedicated for the emerging researchers. So this is the outline of my presentation. I'm going to take you, can I just switch off my camera so that I can save bandwidth? Okay, yeah, so this is the outline of my presentation. I'm going to take you through the mandate of the National Research Foundation, and then briefly I'm going to tell you about the Next Generation and Emerging Researcher Unit, which is the unit that I'm currently from. And then lastly, I'm going to take you through some of the NRF funding opportunities that are dedicated for emerging researchers. So the NRF is mandated by an Act of Parliament, and there are 4 key areas in which we make a contribution towards the NSI. The first is in supporting research. And then secondly, we make provision for research infrastructure platforms. And this we do through the national facilities that are currently being hosted by the NRF. And then lastly, we make provision for research equipment. This we do through funding opportunities such as the National Equipment Program, where we make funding available ranging between 1 million to 10 million rands. And then secondly, we transform lives, particularly those of postgraduate students as well as emerging researchers, which is the purpose of today's presentation. And then thirdly, we inspire the nation. This we do through science engagement activities such as education, awareness, as well as communication. And then lastly, we strengthen the NSI by building partnerships and synergies, as well as providing system-wide information and intelligence. So the NRF is, oh, sorry. So I'm from a unit called the Next Generation and Emerging Researcher Unit. And this unit is situated within the Research, Innovation, Impact, Support and Investment, which is RISA in short. And this is the funding division of the NRF. So we are, as RISA, we are responsible for supporting, promoting, and advancing knowledge and innovation by providing funding and human capacity development, as well as research infrastructure funding. So the Next Generation and Emerging Researcher Unit is responsible for making funding available for funding postgraduate students, starting from honors level studies up until doctoral level studies. And then we also have the Emerging Researcher Unit, where we are responsible for funding emerging researchers. And we've got a number of funding opportunities, which I will take you through in my upcoming slide. We've got the Tutuga, we've got the Black Academic Advancement Program, we've got the Young Academic Accelerator Program, which is the initiative that we are currently co-funding with Sasol, and I will take you through all these opportunities that we have. So the aim and objective of our directorate is to contribute towards establishing a transformed, international, competitive, and sustainable workforce. So the NRF has got a transformation framework. This transformation framework has got 4 pillars. The first pillar is on transforming the equity profiles of postgraduate students and researchers. And then the second pillar is on transforming the knowledge enterprise. And this is not just what research, but it is what research, who's undertaking that research, where is that research going to publish at, and the impact that that research will have in the society. And then the third pillar is on transforming science and society relationships. And this is about the science engagement activities that I alluded to in my second slide. And then the fourth pillar is on building a diverse and inclusive learning organization. And this is what we strive to achieve as an organization. And so for us to achieve all these four pillars, we've got a number of interventions in place. The first intervention that we have is the DSI NRF postgraduate funding policy, which was implemented in 2021. And the aim of this policy is to enhance postgraduate access, success, as well as throughput. We've just recently developed the Leading Researchers and Scholars program, and this is intended to accelerate the progression of exceptional academics as well as researchers so that they can become established researchers and internationally recognized scholars. Just recently aligned our research framework so that it aligns with the decadal plan. We've got the research excellence framework. We've got the research impact framework, which I will explain in my upcoming slide. There is the open science strategy, which is an initiative that is carried by the TI. There's the science engagement strategy. And then lastly, we are looking at a policy for resourcing the NRF mandate. And that is because 80% comes through contract funding, and that limits us in terms of being flexible in how we operate some of our funding instruments. So we are looking at a policy of resourcing the NRF mandate. So we've just recently developed the research impact framework. So this research impact framework can be on the link that is provided on the slide. The intention and aim of this research impact framework is to ensure that as the NRF, we are able to support research with a potential for impact, because we don't just want to fund research that will not have any benefit to our society. So we've changed things a bit. So when you go on to the framework, you'll see that we clearly define research impact as either impact or societal impact. And knowledge impact refers to the scientific advances in understanding, interpretation, methods, and theory and applications. While societal impact refers to the value that research adds to the society. Let me just pass that slide. So we have designed our funding instruments such that we are able to fund students and researchers in the human capital pipeline. So we are able to support the students starting from next generation so that they are able to transition and become emerging established researchers where they can participate in science missions as well as innovation support. So I'm just going to skip these slides because they're not relevant for this presentation. So the NRF has got a number of funding instruments that are tailor-made so that they can support the progression of next generation researchers so that they can become emerging researchers and eventually become leading researchers and scholars. So we've got a number. So I will just focus on emerging researcher programs since the purpose of today's discussion is just to give you an indication of the programs that we have under the emerging researchers. So we've got the competitive support for unrated researchers, but unfortunately, we've decided to can this program starting from the 2025 academic year. So we currently have the Tutuga, we've got the Black Academic Advancement Program, we've got the New Generation of Academics Program, we've got the competitive program for rated researchers. This program is going to be canned starting in the 2025 academic year. And then the last program that we have is the Young Academics Accelerator Program, which is an initiative that we are co-funding with SASOL. So the first opportunity that I'm going to take you through is the Tutuga program. And the aim of the Tutuga is to promote professional development of researchers, particularly those from designated groups. So Tutuga is a one-to-one partnership. So the NRF will fund a maximum of 150,000 rand, and then the expectation is that the institution will then contribute one-to-one. So the institution will then be expected to fund the other 150,000 rand. So we are in the process of reviewing our funding framework. So we are reviewing the funding amounts that we're funding for the different funding programs that we have, and that maybe we need to increase the amount. So those are some of the discussions that we are having internally, and this will feed into the framework for the 2020 academic year. So Tutuga has got 3 tracks. The first track is the PhD track, which is intended for those that want to pursue their doctoral degree. And then we've got the post-PhD track, and this is intended for those that have just recently obtained their PhD within a 5-year period. And then the last track that we have is the rating track. And this is intended for for researchers that were not able to realize their potential and sustain their research ability, and now intending to apply for an NRF rating. So the objectives of Tutuga is to promote research development for emerging researchers that are based at the NRF recognized institutions, and NHLS is one of those institutions that are recognized. We want to effect transformation in the demographic composition by being deliberate and supporting Blacks and female in particular, but we also cater for other races and gender. And then we want to foster a culture of research excellence so that we can develop and expand the knowledge-based economy. So in terms of eligibility, Tutuga is open for South African citizens as well as permanent residents. You need to be based at an NRF recognized institutions, meaning you have to be at the 26 universities or in the national facilities, research councils, as well as research institutions.
Okay, just checking. Dr. Salo, you still there? I'm not sure if we have lost Dr. Salo. He's still in the panelist list. Dr. Salo, I think your presentation. Okay, great. You've reshared again. Brilliant. I can see your slide. You are on the Tutuga general eligibility criteria. Please proceed. Thanks.
Okay, apologies for that, colleagues. I don't know what
No
happened.
problem.
It might have been the network switching to the other mode. Yeah, so I think, okay. So Tutuga is open for full-time permanent or full-time or those that are on a full-time contractual basis. And we do allow for female applicants that are on a fixed-time half-day appointment. But for this particular applicant, you need to have children. You need to be raising children of 4 years of age and below. So in terms of the eligibility criteria for the PhD track, you need to have, for one to be eligible, you need to have a master's qualification. And at the time of commencement of the grant, you need to have registered for the doctoral degrees. So we also have an age restriction. So at the time of first application, you need to be at an age of 45 years or below. But we do allow those that are over the age of 45 to apply for this program, but you need to submit a motivation demonstrating that you are a late entrant or you are returning to research after a period of absence. Then for the eligibility criteria for the post-PhD track, your PhD should not be older than 5 years. We also have age restriction, which is 45 years at the first time of application, but similar to the PhD track, you can submit a motivation if you are older than 45 years. Then for the rating track, your PhD should not be older than 8 years, and applicants may not be rated a researcher at the first time of application. So for this particular cohort, they need to submit or demonstrate that they were unable to establish themselves as researchers due to limited research opportunities that they were exposed to at their various institutions. So the next section of my presentation is going to focus on the Tutuga proposal evaluation scorecard. So for the other opportunities that I'm going to take you through, I'm not going to focus on the scorecard, because once you get an understanding of the evaluation for Tutuga, they are more or less similar with the other funding instruments. So for Tutuga, we've got 9 criteria that we look at, and we've got different weightings for the PhD track, as well as a different weighting for post-PhD and NRF rating. And this depends on the criteria. So the first criteria that we look at is the track record, where we look at research outputs in terms of the articles that the applicant has managed to publish. We look at the awards, we look at conference presentations and the conference proceedings. We look at things like book chapters as well as student supervision. And for PhD track, it's 5%, while for the rating track is 10%. And then the other criteria that we look at is the human capital development, where we look at involvement of postgraduate students in the project, particularly those coming from designated groups. So in the proposal, you need to demonstrate that you are catering for postgraduate students that are coming from designated group. Then the third criteria is the scientific merit, where we look at how well the study is conceptualized. We look at the alignment of the methodology to the research question, as well as the aims and objectives. We look at how thorough the literature has been reviewed and the citations that you have in text, as well as the end of your literature review section. And this is the most important criteria, because it constitutes 35% for PhD and 30% for the post-PhD track. And failure to get a very good score on scientific merit will render your application not being recommended for funding by the reviewers. Another important criteria that we look at is the project management and feasibility, where we look at the work plan, the breakdown of the activities, the timelines, as well as whether the activities that you've put in the work plan is feasible or not. And then we look at the budget motivation and whether it aligns with the activities that you have indicated in the proposal. And again, this is a very important section, similar to the scientific merit that I alluded to. And then another criteria is on the collaboration, where we look at whether the collaborators have been identified and their role needs to be clearly indicated in the proposal. And we look at whether they are within your region, institution, or whether they are national or international. Then another criteria is the anticipated outputs. So for anticipated outputs, we look at the articles, conference presentations, proceedings, books, book chapters, patents that can result from undertaking the research project. And this counts for 5% for both PhD and post-PhD track. And then another criteria is the knowledge impact. This we look at how the applicant will make an innovative and important contribution towards knowledge creation and how this can be applied within a specific field or disciplines. And then another criteria is on societal impact, where we look at the alignment to national strategies and whether the project can either have societal benefit, and this can be in the form of social, economic, or environmental benefit. So we are in the process of reviewing the scorecard, and we are planning to increase the societal impact to 10% for the post-PhD as well as the rating track, because the expectation is that at this level, you need to have a proposal that will have societal impact. And then the last criteria that we look at is the ethical consideration and data management and use, where we look at whether ethical issues have been considered in the proposal, and we look at how you are planning to manage the data that you're going to generate from your study and how you are going to disseminate that information. So Tutuga has got two categories where we fund for research equipment up to a maximum of 50 million rands per annum. And then the other category is for running expenses, and this is kept at 100K per annum. And then we've got a list of things that we fund under running expenses, such as your international conference, hosting for a visiting scientist, science engagement activities. And each of these line items has got a maximum that we can fund per line item. So we are in the process of reviewing these line items, and we feel that we are too restrictive towards our researchers. So we want to introduce some sort of flexibility so that they can deploy the funding in any of the line items that has been proposed in project. So when you are a Tutuga grant holder, you also qualify to have your students funded under the NRF postgraduate student policy, but these students need to apply directly to the NRF. You just need to give them a reference number. They will then indicate in the application that they are a grant holder linked student, and the chances of them getting funding through the NRF because they are linked to a project is almost 100%. So another project that we have is the NRF Sasol Young Academics Accelerator Program. And this program supports young academics and researchers to conduct research that will contribute towards energy transition interventions. The program is intended for emerging researchers and academics that are in the energy sector and want to pursue a PhD. I know that NHLS is not doing anything. Okay, they might be doing work on energy studies. So I felt that maybe it will be important to just showcase this program in case there is a project that might align with the thematic areas of the program. So the objective of this program is to promote or support the attainment of doctoral degrees by the academics or researchers that are employed at the NRF recognized institutions. We want to promote networking as well as collaboration. And then lastly, we want to effect demographic composition of the academics and researchers by being deliberate and supporting Blacks and female in particular, but we are also open to other races and gender. So these are the thematic areas that we support under this program. We support environmental sustainability. We support clean energy solutions, sustainable fuels and chemical production, sustainable food stock, electrification of industry processes. So if you are in the health sector, you can try to incorporate some of these thematic areas in your study, and that will render your application eligible for this funding instrument. So this program is a one-to-one partnership with Sasol, where we want to train academics and researchers in the energy sector. Again, like I've said, we want to effect transformation. This program only has one track, which is the PhD track for now, where we want to support those that want to pursue a doctoral degree. We are planning to open up the other tracks, but due to limited funding that is currently available, for now, it's only applicable for those that want to pursue a PhD track. But in the upcoming years, we're going to open it up for the postdoctoral track. So, another opportunity that we have is the Black Academic Advancement Program. And this is an initiative that we are co-partnering with First Rand Foundation. So we entered into a partnership agreement with First Rand Foundation in 2017. The aim of this intervention is to increase the proportion of suitably qualified Black academic staff and academic staff with disabilities at any South African public universities. And the funding opportunity has got two tracks. We've got the PhD track and the post-PhD track. When you are on the PhD track, you can apply for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, depending on where you are in terms of your PhD. And then for post-PhD track, this is intended for those that want to pursue a postdoctoral research training. We make funding available for you to get a lecture replacement as well as to undertake an international visit. So applicants can apply for a 1 year or a 2 year grant. So in terms of the objective of this program, this program is intended to support particularly Black African females and persons with a disability who wants to obtain a doctoral degree, and those that want to attain postdoctoral level training. And we also support those that want to apply for an NRF rating, particularly Black African early academics. So in terms of the funding values for this particular funding instrument, as I've already indicated, for PhD, you can apply for either 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. So when you've applied for 6 months, you qualify for a lecture replacement of 100,000 rand, and then the running expenses are kept at 50,000 rand, and the total is 150. And then for 1 year, 2 year, and 3 year, we allocate lecture replacement of 200,000, and then the running expenses are kept at a maximum of 100,000 rand. And then for post-PhD track, for this particular 1 year or 2 years, we cater for lecture replacement, which is 200,000, running expenses 100,000, and international mobility is kept at 100,000 rands, because we understand the importance of our academics and researchers to undertake an international visit to acquire skills and plow back into the country. So another funding opportunity that we have is the NGAP Research Development Grants, but I don't think this is relevant to everyone that's currently present here, but this is intended for NGAP scholars. So the NRF has got research development grants for NGAP scholars who are in their first year or second year of appointment. So we give them startup funding. So the funding is intended to support activities such as proposal development, statistical, technical support, as well as research costs related to travel, supplies, and small research equipment or science engagements. So when you are on your PhD, so it's got two tracks. When you are on your PhD track, we fund you to a maximum of 30,000 rands. And when you are on your PhD track, the funding is 50,000 rands per annum. Again, similar to the other programs, we are in the process of reviewing the amounts that we're funding. There's a general consensus that we need to increase the funding value, so we are considering increasing this amount starting from the 2025 academic year. So the objective of the NGAP Research Development Grant is to accelerate the doctoral level training of the NGAP scholars. Again, similar to the other funding instruments, we want to effect the transformation in the demographic profile. And lastly, we support those that are in their first year or second year appointment in order to enable these scholars to develop and submit research grants to competitive funding instruments such as Tutuga and other funding instruments that we have within the organization. So we have just recently launched a new program called the Research Infrastructure Professional Program. So this program is intended for upskilling scientists, researchers, engineers, as well as operators that make use of state-of-the-art research equipment. So we support this cohort starting from master's level studies as indicated in the diagram, up until postdoctoral level studies. So for masters, we fund to a maximum duration of 3 years. For doctoral level studies, we fund you up to a maximum duration of 4 years. Whereas once you get to the postdoctoral track, you can either qualify as a research infrastructure scientist or an operator. And we fund this cohort for a maximum of 3 years. And then the other track that we have is the research infrastructure R&D personnel. And this is intended for engineers or IT who do not want to enter into an academic pathway, but are involved in the maintenance operation of state-of-the-art research equipment. So we give them a 3-year appointment for professional development, so they are based at national facilities or any other recognized institution for a 3-year period, so that they can be upskilled and acquire the necessary skills for them to be skilled in the maintenance and operation of state-of-the-art research equipment. So the objective of the RIP program is to strengthen, renew, and replenish the currently aging workforce that make use of state-of-the-art research equipment. We want to ensure that the succession planning, where highly skilled operators, technicians, and engineers are able to transfer their skills to upcoming or emerging researchers. So the aim of this is to ensure that there's optimal research capability and maximum utilization of state-of-the-art research equipment. And then lastly, we want to transform the demographics of the research force that make use of state-of-the-art research equipment. So another opportunity that we have, we've got various opportunities for postdoctoral fellows. We've got the NRF freestanding postdoctoral fellowship, innovation postdoc. We've got a scarce skill postdoc. So we make funding available for these 3 fellowships. We make funding available amounting to 320,000 rands for a stipend, as well as 50,000 rands for running expenses towards those that want to undertake postdoctoral level studies. We've got another program called the Professional Development Program. So for this particular program, universities are not eligible to apply. So you need to be based at science councils, national facilities, or any research performing institution such as your NHLS. So as a postdoctoral level, as a postdoctoral fellow, you can be awarded this fellowship and get a total amount of 400,000 rands. So we are planning to increase this fellowship value to around 500 to 600,000 rand. And the aim and intention of this is because we've seen that a lot of South African citizens are not taking up this opportunity. So in order for us to recruit and retain South African citizens, we feel that we need to increase the funding value so that we can recruit South African citizens. So we've got NRF Sasol Innovation Postdoctoral Fellowships, as well as other funding opportunities when your supervisor is a SACHI or involved in a Center of Excellence project. So another funding opportunity that I want to discuss is the National Equipment Program. So for this particular program, you need to be an established researcher, but emerging researchers can benefit, but they need to apply as co-applicant. So you need to have someone who is an established researcher applying as the primary applicant, and then you can just come in as a co-applicant. So the aim of the NEP is to support the acquisition, upgrade, and development of state-of-the-art research equipment. We make funding available ranging between 1 million to 10 million rands, and this involves major items of equipment that support multi and interdisciplinary research, and this caters for broad fields of science, engineering, and technology. So far we've only awarded one grant towards NHLS. So we would really like to have more applications from NRF, from NHLS, because I think this can benefit a lot of researchers and the young scientists. So for one to be eligible, you need to have a doctoral degree for at least 5 years before you can be eligible to apply. You need to be a full-time employee or on a full-time fixed contract, and your employment contract must cover for the whole entire duration of the program, which is 5 years. So you can either apply as a single applicant or a co-applicant. In instances where the primary applicant will be retiring, they need to submit a co-applicant in their application. So if you are, like I've already indicated, if you are emerging researcher and you don't have a proven experience, you can apply as a co-applicant, and you can have someone with experience being a primary applicant, but both the primary and co-applicant, they need to be actively involved in the utilization of the state-of-the-art research equipment. So the last program that I'm going to discuss is the equipment-related training and travel grant. So the NRF makes funding available towards supporting postgraduate students as well as researchers, so that they can gain access to state-of-the-art research equipment that is not available at their home institutions, in their region, or nationally. So the program is broken down into two categories. We've got travel-related grants, and then we've got equipment training-related grants. For travel grants, we make funding available for students and researchers to gain access to state-of-the-art research equipment. And then for the training grants, we make funding available for researchers to host workshops focusing on the training of the technical staff, as well as the students and the users of that particular equipment. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Dr. Sello Manoto from the National Research Foundation. I think I've got that right, Foundation. Dr. Manoto, it'd be useful for you just to perhaps quickly respond to Sene Gugu Peta in the Q&A box, who asked, said, "Morning, Doctor, any reason as to why the emerging researcher is being canned?" I'm not sure if you've covered that also in your slides.
No, I was what I alluded to in that slide was there were two programs for unrated researchers as well as rated researchers that are being canned. The aim of the NRF is, going forward, we don't want to fund individuals, but we want to fund those that work in a group. So instead of funding an individual, we want to fund a consortium of researchers that work in a group. So starting in the 2025 academic year, we're going to pilot that initiative where we are funding researchers that work in a group, and as compared to those that work as individuals and have collaborators.
Thanks, Dr. Sello. The second question there is from Adelaide Kekana. Good day. Can Dr. Manoto kindly elaborate more on the age restriction as a requirement? I think was it 35? I forget what the limitation was. It 45? Can you just touch on that question?
Yes. So because the funding instruments are dedicated for emerging researchers, the expectation is that for you to qualify for an emerging researcher program, you need to be at a certain age, because the aim and intention of the NRF is that we want to fund you as an emerging researcher so that you can later on become an established researcher and a rated researcher. So if we allow those that are maybe 55 or at the age of 60 to apply for such initiatives, by the time their funding period has lapsed, the chances of them getting to A rating or B rating, they're very low. So hence we've got that age restriction so that we are able to move and become an established researchers. But as I've indicated in my presentation, we do cater for those that are above the age of 45, but you need to submit a motivation for you to qualify. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A final question from Steve Goosen. What does, quote, "we are open to other races," unquote, mean? Can this be quantified?
Yes, it can be quantified. So we've aligned our targets with the ministerial guidelines. So for emerging researcher programs, the target is that we want to fund 80% Black, and 55% of those that we fund should be females.
Okay. Dr. Sala, I'm just going to deal with this very last question before we proceed to our next speaker. It is from Arinao Ndadza. And Arinao is asking, can you kindly provide a rough estimation of when calls for these publications are usually open, particularly the Tutuka program?
So the call usually opens in February each year. So for funding for the 2026 academic year, the funding is going to open next year on the 3rd of Feb 2025, and the closing date is going to be 15 April 2025. So if you want to apply for Tutuka, you just need to make sure that you start your application starting from the 3rd of February, and this needs to be submitted by the 15th of February next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna encourage you, Dr. Salo, just to go to the Q&A box and to look at the central tab called Answered. There have been some questions there that may already have been had a response, and you may want to add to those questions the responses there. And I see the many hand clappings flashing over my screen. And on behalf of the attendees, thank you very much, Dr. Salo. Please stay around just for questions in the question box. There may be some more, and in the answered box in particular where there may have been some replies. Thank you very much. That was Dr. Selo Manoto. I think people are very happy with you dealing with the NRF opportunities for emerging researchers. Our next speaker on a very topical issue, and that's artificial intelligence. Mr. Krish Chetty is going to deal with the ethical use of artificial intelligence in research. And we are pleased that you, like Dr. Selo, have taken the time to contribute to our program today and to prepare and share your knowledge, experience, and guidance and advice. So just an indication to all of the attendees. We have uploaded onto the webpage, which I'll post in the question and answer box, resources that Krish has made available. And in the PowerPoint slides, which he will deal with now and load in a moment, there are some exercises that he wants you to engage in and to capacitate you to some extent, that as much as a webinar can make that possible, in the use of AI resources in the field of research. And I was pleased to see that he had presented on an earlier program, a 5-day program, building the capacity of young and emerging researchers earlier this year. And we decided that it's a valuable contribution for him to invite him to this particular research day. Krish, I hand over to you. Welcome. Thank you very much. I see your video is visible. And let me just check on your microphone. Yeah, it's open. Please proceed. Over to you.
Great. Thank you, Ashraf. Let me put up my slides. Here we go. Good morning, colleagues. It's really my honor to join you today for this biennial research day. My thanks to the NIOH for the invitation and specifically to our chair for organizing this session. My name is Krish Chetty, as he mentioned, and I work as a researcher at the HSRC, where I've been studying the advancements in AI over the last few years. And so today I'd like to talk about this progress in AI and how we as researchers can start to use AI in an ethical manner. As Ashraf mentioned, there's a pack of documents that I've shared. Please do download them and try and follow along as we proceed through the presentation. So for today's presentation, I'd like to give you a summary of some of the latest progress that we're seeing in AI over the last few months. Then I'd like to share some advanced use cases of how other researchers have been using AI and developing innovative new research methods. And next, we'll then talk about different generative AI models that are available today. And then that will be followed by a discussion on the ethical use of AI, where I've developed a quiz for you that you can attempt, where you'll learn by doing. So you can use a custom GPT model that I created on research ethics. Then we'll talk about the different prompting strategies that you can follow. And then following that, we'll go through a review of the different generative AI tools that have emerged recently and tools that you can access today. And then just before we close, I'll try and share an exercise that you can perform to help generate a detailed summary of a paper. And then lastly, we'll close with a few social media channels that you can follow to try and stay up to date on generative AI. Time permitting, we'll try and do some of these practical exercises live together at the end of my talk. So let me start by sharing some of the latest news that we're seeing in AI development. First up, on October 8th, we had two of the pioneers of AI development win Nobel Prizes. While there's no computer science Nobel Prize, we have firstly Geoffrey Hinton, who's also known as the godfather of AI, for inventing the transformer model, which is used in every generative AI model today. He won the physics prize, which was quite unexpected to him, but it's because of the impact that his model is having on the world today in nearly every sector, including physics. Then we have Demis Hassabis, who is the CEO of Google DeepMind, and his group produced the AI Alpha Proteo model, which is expected to dramatically improve the speed in how new proteins are identified. And I'm sure, as many of you probably know, proteins are the building blocks of life. And these are the crucial elements for vaccine development and drug discovery. And so his model is expected to now drive major breakthroughs in medical science over the next few years. So Hassabis then wins the prize in chemistry. Possibly going forward, we might see AI developers make a clean sweep of these prizes as their models start to drive huge leaps in science. Next, I want to talk about this OpenAI, the company that brings you ChatGPT. They published this diagram which explains their path to AGI, or Artificial General Intelligence. And they define AGI as highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work. So to outperform humans, you need to follow this pathway, which corresponds to their development plan. And so in November 2022, we actually achieved public conversational AI models with the launch of ChatGPT. But in September this year, they released the O1 model, which uses a special technique to spend more time thinking about its answer to a question. And they call this inference time. And in short, the longer the model thinks about the answer, the better the quality of the answer. And so they also say it won't be long before we reach the agent level, where AI can start to act more autonomously to perform tasks on your behalf. And we're already seeing this being implemented by the likes of Microsoft and OpenAI's competitor, Anthropic. Next is the innovator level. That's where the model uses its agents and its reasoning capabilities to innovate, generate new ideas, and potentially new findings in science. And this has already begun in a limited way when we think about the Alpha Proteo model. The last step is where AI has the same capabilities and then can produce the same economic value as a functioning organization. And so according to OpenAI, when AI can produce the economic benefits on par with that of an organization, they then have likely achieved AGI. I think the important point to note about that path to AGI is the release of the O1 model. And it's been measured with an IQ of 120, and it surpasses other chatbots which have IQs under 100. And for context, the median human being has an IQ of 100. So the O1 model has already got better reasoning models than most people on the planet. And as an interesting point of trivia, China's company DeepSeek has just announced their new flagship model called R1 last week. And this reportedly surpasses the benchmarks that were achieved by O1 back in September. And so this model has also been made available free to the public in an open source format. So you could download it and use it if you have the capacity to do so. It's also free for you to access, so you could go to deepseek.com right now and you could try it out. Interestingly, this company was only registered last year in July, so that gives you a sense of the pace of development in China. Next, my next point is one that's a bit more intriguing. We're starting to hear more about this term artificial superintelligence. This is the level above AGI. And this is achieved when the AI has the capabilities that are equivalent to those of all human beings on the planet. So that's the combined ability of 8 billion plus people. And the scary point is that many developers in the sector don't see this as being too far away. To put that statement into context, I want to share a few articles written by CEOs of the AI companies on this topic. First, there was a blog by Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI. And Altman released a blog post in September titled The Intelligence Age, after the release of their new O1 model. And in this model, he thinks they've cracked the ability of AI to reason on par with that of a university graduate. And so he thinks through this breakthrough, they'll see, he believes that we'll see the super intelligent AI in a few thousand days. And so it's a very weird way to phrase it, but I think he's trying to say that we should think of super intelligence being only days away. And he believes that this advance will then unlock many breakthroughs in many sectors, from education to climate change and so on. Next is Altman's competitor, Dario Amodei. He's the CEO of Anthropic, and he brings you Claude AI. And he wrote a blog post last month titled The Machines of Loving Grace, where he also talks about this approaching superintelligence. However, he has a more sober take than Altman, and he talks about the marginal returns of intelligence. And he says just because AI will be super smart, there are limits still to what we'll be able to achieve with that intelligence. And so there's big questions about how people will access that intelligence. Will our people even be aware of these breakthroughs? And how do we ensure that everyone benefits from the superintelligence in the face of the various infrastructure challenges that we have, the high costs of data, our social cultural barriers that limit our access to this technology, and so on. So our current digital divide will become much wider very quickly, despite these breakthroughs that we may see in many sectors. And so he also notes that these changes may appear slow at first, but they'll be relentless. And one big prediction that he makes is that we might see the end of human-based call centers next year already. So their comments give us a lot to chew on, but I'd also like to run through some of the more interesting research-focused applications of AI that I've come across. First, we have CERN's Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, and they use this to make breakthroughs in particle physics. And it does so by processing huge amounts of data. And to give you a sense of the size of this data, they say, excuse me, every collision between atoms generates 1 megabyte of data. In 1 second, they have about 40 million particle collisions, which equates to about 40 million megabytes of data. So they have so much data, they're forced to use AI to analyze and to try and make sense of this data. And so here they use AI to automate the analytical process. Their systems understand the structure of its input data, and then the process that must be followed. And so by using that template, the system can automatically churn through the data in a reproducible manner and then try and find statistically relevant patterns. So here AI is part of the workflow. It doesn't replace the worker, but it makes them more effective in processing an immense amount of data. The next one is called Ladderbot, and this was developed by researchers in Germany, and it was developed as an AI-driven interview tool, and it's designed to act like an expert human interviewer by asking relevant probing questions, and that process is known as laddering, which helps it gather deeper insights from participants. And one major benefit is its reach. So Ladderbot can engage with a much larger audience than you would have with traditional in-person methods. And so research has shown that this also increases the amount of detail that's collected in an individual survey, increases the amount of responses by about 30%, making it a really valuable tool for us to get comprehensive insights. Participants also find that Ladderbot is a bit more intuitive and it leads to richer and more natural responses. And because the AI conducts each interview consistently, it ensures the process is reproducible, meaning your results can be more reliable and can also be easily compared across studies. Next, I want to talk about a recent paper that was published by researchers from Google DeepMind together with researchers from Stanford University Sociology Department. They built a tool that also uses this laddering technique, but they use it to collect views from about 1,000 people to understand their worldview. And so each interview lasted about 2 hours, and they found that using that interview transcript as their knowledge base for the AI, they were able to simulate answers to new questions. And so they continued the test with these 1,000 people, and they asked the AI system and the human the same question, and they compared the answers for similarity. And so in about 85% of cases, the AI was able to predict the answer provided by the human. And so the more this improves, the better we'll be at understanding the motivations and reasoning of people, which also allows us to model human behavior. It allows us to test new ideas, or also try and simulate policies in a controlled environment to try and understand its impact before we release it to the public. And the last article that I want to talk about is a study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. And this analyzed the doctor's accuracy of diagnosing a patient when assisted by AI. And so this paper found some surprising results. For its sample of 50 doctors, a doctor that uses AI only slightly improved their ability to diagnose a patient. And that accuracy increased from about 74% to 76%. But when ChatGPT was given the test results and asked to independently make a diagnosis, it had an accuracy rate of 90%. And so this suggests that our human biases can be counterintuitive at times, at least when it comes to diagnosis. And so my takeaway here is that the doctors were inserting their bias into their prompts, and this was giving them worse results. But perhaps if they received some training, they might also be able to achieve that 90% accuracy. So with that context, I'd like to think about what this means for us about how we conduct our research. Firstly, we've learned that AI awareness is critical. Many researchers perhaps are not familiar with these developments that I speak about, and the general public is perhaps less familiar entirely. Secondly, when we build tools that I'd recommend that we build tools that allow the public and our staff to be able to engage and ask questions directly to our entire knowledge repository. Today, it's possible for us to develop these custom tools to do just this. Third, data. Data is at the heart of these models. With more data, we can build more accurate and contextually relevant models. And so it should be our goal to expand these data samples. We need larger samples and we need to collect them more frequently. Fourth, like what you see at the Large Hadron Collider, perhaps we need to consider using AI to help us analyze this potential increase in collected data. And so we need to accelerate our turnaround time from data collection to cleaning to analysis to publication. And next, what we've also seen with AI is that we can also use it to analyze qualitative data. So we can use natural language processing models to make sense of qualitative data for us. And then we could also use it to develop statistics based on that qualitative data, which could then be combined with our quantitative data. And related to that point about quicker data analysis, we could also develop automated data collection tools that automatically analyze and provide the respondent with feedback on the data that they provide. And then this can keep them more informed about our study and also more engaged in our work. Critically, we need awareness and we need to develop our skills so that we're in a better position to remain relevant and try and apply some of these cutting edge approaches to data management. Next, I'd like to talk about the different generative AI models which are available today. ChatGPT perhaps is the most well-known AI model that's out there, but there are actually many alternatives and some have better features and some are actually free. So with ChatGPT, they use what they call the 4O model, and this allows you to ask about 10 questions in the free version. After that, they transfer you to the GPT-4o mini model, and you don't get access to their advanced features that you get in the paid version, which is your data analytics or the O1 reasoning model. The paid version also has a canvas feature, which allows you to edit a document or code using AI. It has a search feature, and this allows you to search the internet. And this, they think, is their attempt at dethroning Google in the search market. You can also talk to ChatGPT, talk to it with your voice. You're on their website using their, or on their app. And so you could have a natural conversation now today with it. And it's known to support about 85 different languages. And in terms of the token window, this is the amount of data that you can upload into it. It can accept 128,000 tokens, which is the equivalent of about 100,000 words. Claude has very similar features to ChatGPT, but it has a lower usage threshold, especially when you're using the free version, meaning you can only ask a fewer set of questions. But it does have a larger token window, but it can't access the internet and you can't use your voice to talk to it. Gemini from Google, the paid version can process up to 2 million tokens in one chat, which is far larger than ChatGPT. The free version can process up to about 32,000 tokens, but it lacks those features that you find in the paid version. My favorite tool is actually Google's Notebook LM, and this has some very nice features. For one, it can process up to 25 million words, far surpassing any other tool that's out there today. And it can also generate a podcast in natural language based on the information that you upload to it. And it can automatically transcribe an audio file, which is quite powerful. And it's able to understand up to 265 languages. And the best feature of all is that it's free. So the most highly performing model today is actually free for you to use. Then from Meta, you get Meta AI. It's also free, but it has some similar features to the others, but you can't upload a document to it. Poe.com, this uses a different approach where you pay for the number of words that you use, but the free version actually has a higher threshold for usage, so you could use it longer without needing to pay for it. And it also links to Google's model, Anthropic's model, OpenAI's model, and others. LeChat from Mistral. This is another new model which just was released a week or so ago. And this has some similar features to ChatGPT in that it can search the internet. It has this canvas feature and it can also do document analysis. And then the last one is that model from China that I mentioned, DeepSeek. And this is also free to use, quite surprisingly, and it claims to have the better reasoning model, and it's claiming to surpass the ability of ChatGPT's O1. And so there's a lot going on here, but as you can imagine, this is not an exhaustive list, and there are other models that are out there that you can find online. And so with that background and this understanding of the various tools that are out there, I want to spend some time to talk about how we can use, how we can ethically use AI in our research. So there are three key documents that have informed how I frame this contribution. First, we have the living guidelines on responsible use of generative AI in research from the European Commission. Next, from UCT's Senate Ethics in Research Committee, they prepared guidelines for using AI in research. And we had a similar document produced by Northwest University about the responsible and ethical use of AI. So in short, when I pull this information together, these guidelines are basically informed by a set of principles which help you frame how you use these different tools in a research context. First, reliability. The key issue here relates to your research process and how you are applying AI. How do you ensure integrity in your research process? Can your process be verified, and can you reproduce your outputs? Second is honesty. Are you transparent in disclosing how you have used generative AI in your research? It's very important that you indicate where and how you've used it. Third is respect. Do you respect your reader? Do you respect your peers and the broader environment? And have you considered how using AI in your research may contribute or impact their lives or impart any harm towards them? These are things that we need to think about quite carefully. And lastly is the issue of accountability. Have you taken responsibility for your research? You may have used AI, but at the end of the day, you are the author. You are responsible for the research and its outcomes. And so if there is an issue that results, you can't say it wasn't me, it was ChatGPT. No, you've got to take accountability for your work, responsibility for your work. So understanding those principles, it's also important to know how we protect our privacy and our intellectual capital. And so as a rule of thumb, we need to just assume that the chatbot is going to store all the information that you share with it. Perhaps their terms of service may say that they don't use the data for training, like what you might see with Google's Notebook LM or with ChatGPT's Teams subscription option. But these terms could change. And how do we actually trust that these big tech companies are being truthful in their terms and conditions? We also have POPI issues for us to consider. So we can't be sharing data that identifies a person on a foreign cloud-based system or on a foreign database. So we have to always remember that we have to protect identities. So therefore, to protect your information under that list of do's that I provide, here's a few things for you to consider. Firstly, do anonymize your inputs that you make to a chatbot. Try and strip away all the identity first before you upload it to the chatbot. Second, do be transparent in describing how you use AI in your work. Third, do verify any output that's generated by AI before you accept it. Fourth, do also respect other people's IP. And so don't upload their data or their identity information. And lastly, do stay informed about how these models evolve and how their rules change. And then if we jump to the don'ts column, don't rely on AI to do all your thinking for you. Perhaps you can use it to brainstorm, or you could use it as a co-researcher or assistant that complements you, but don't let it drive your thinking. Always try and be the lead author, the lead thinker in your research. Next, don't share secrets and don't share valuable IP. So here you'll need to have a sense of what you consider to actually be valuable and try not to share that valuable information with the chatbot. And then don't attribute AI content to yourself. Be transparent always and explain where your sources of information. And lastly, Also try to protect your organization's brand and their trademark, and so don't use those names wherever possible. So if you keep those 4 principles that I mentioned in mind, and you keep those do's and don'ts also in mind, you could then work through this quiz. So if you pick up your phone, you could scan this QR code now, and then this will link you to a ChatGPT page. And so once you've signed into ChatGPT, you can use a custom GPT that I've built that's informed by the source material that I mentioned, and it will take you through a quiz which you can then use to answer questions, and it will help guide you in understanding how we're applying this thinking in this context. In the interest of time, I'll continue, but I think you can practice and go on while I keep presenting. So how it'll work is once you've signed in, you should see a window like this, and what you do is you just click this Let's Begin button. And then once you do that, it will bring up the first question, which will look something like this. And here it's asking, which of the following best captures the principle of honesty as outlined in the guidelines for ethical generative AI in social science research? And so you can go through these options, and you can type out your answer, you could provide the letter and so on, and it will take you through that process. Next, I want to talk about prompting techniques, and perhaps this is the most crucial skill that's emerged recently. And you now actually have these new jobs which have come up, which are called prompt engineers, and it's based on your ability to ask a very good detailed question to try and get the most out of the chatbot. So the secret to writing a good prompt involves giving it a clear instruction with as little ambiguity as possible. You need to tell it how it should prepare the answer. You then need to define the layout and then feed it some useful information that it can process to answer your question. And once you get your first answer back, just remember you're not done at that point. You've just begun. So then you must critically engage with the response. Does it make sense? Can I verify the answer? And if you're not happy, consider how you could improve your question, how you can improve the prompt to get a better response. And so you make those refinements and you be more specific, and you continue to critically engage with the output. You refine it and you repeat the process until you're happy with what you get out of it. And so once you understand that the quality of reasoning and the quality of your output actually depends on the quality of your input prompts. And so once you understand that, we can move to Daniel Kahneman's machinery of thought approach. And this comes from his book, which is titled Thinking Fast and Slow. And here he talks about systems 1 and systems 2 thinking. And when you apply those modes of thinking to prompting, systems 1 is when you don't give much thought to how you structure the prompt, how you write the prompt. You just ask a quick question and you expect it, and it will just give you this rudimentary answer. Systems 2 is more deliberate. You guide it on what your instruction means, what you want it to have produced, and you give it some guidance on subjectivity and how it should approach the problem. And with more detailed guidance, you can get a better quality output that's more well-reasoned. So here's the equivalent of a systems 1 prompt that you could try out. And I'm using this drawing analogy. And so the equivalent of systems 1 thinking is representing a person with a stick figure. And I'll contrast this to systems 2 later. So here my prompt is very basic. I'm using memo writing as my technique that I want to focus on. So here I ask, write a memo to my boss asking him to approve the purchase of books for 2,000 rands. It's very generic. I'm not trying to do anything too impressive here. I'm not giving it much details. I'm not giving it much structure. It's just a quick request to run through. And let's see what the model actually does. So here's the output. And you'll find the answer here doesn't have much structure. There's no context. And so while it might have good grammar, it might be going on for about a page's worth of text. We got to ask, how useful is this information that it's actually providing? So systems 2 approach, using that analogy that I mentioned, it's the equivalent of a nice pencil sketch of the person. It's more detailed. It will be a more detailed prompt with a better structure. And so here's an example of how you apply a systems to prompt. So I also want to point out that I use the hashtag symbol here as a heading in my prompt, and then that helps give the prompt structure. So here I first give the AI a role that it must play. So here I ask it to be an expert memo writer. So I don't want Shakespeare, for example, to be writing my memo. I want it to be this expert memo writer, and by giving it this role, I give the model a sense of what type of output it must produce. Then I give it a mission, craft a detailed memo for the CEO to approve, and then whatever your particular issue might be, whether it's purchasing books or not. And so if you want, you could then copy this prompt off the slide, and then copy it to your chatbot of choice, edit the text that's in yellow with your own issues, and you'll see the change in quality that emerges. And so I've actually done that. If you click on this link on this slide, you'll see what the prompt actually produces, and you'll see it's going to be more structured, it's more context driven, and it has this better quality output, much better than the Systems 1 version that I shared earlier. Next, I want to share with you a few new AI tools that are out there that you might find useful. And so the first big one is Notebook LM. This I mentioned earlier. And this is perhaps the best chatbot that is out there today. And it's probably the one that you've never heard of before today. This is built on Gemini's 1.5 model. It's free. And they claim they're not using your data for training new models, but as I mentioned, maybe that changes. The power of this tool is the scale of input data that this tool can receive. So you can upload PDFs, text files, links to web pages, YouTube recordings that have a transcript, and also raw audio files. And it will process these files, and it goes out looking for meaning. The tool is also able to transcribe audio files automatically, which is quite amazing in a free tool. And you often pay a lot of money just for that service to do that transcription. And it can receive up to 50 separate input files. And the total number of words that it can process amounts to 25 million words, as I mentioned earlier. So if you compare that to ChatGPT, they can only do 100,000 words. If you look at Claude, it's 150,000 words. Gemini is 1 million words. This model is 25 million words. And the crowning feature of the system is that it can produce a podcast automatically based on all this content that you feed it. And so, as I mentioned, the model is trained to find meaning in what you've uploaded. And then it will have this discussion between two characters, both with American voices, unfortunately, that's the limitation. But they then try and have this discussion about what these documents mean, and it tries to guide you through that process so you learn a bit about that work. And so you could listen to it and learn from it. So also, you got to recognize that this doesn't work like a general chatbot. You first need to upload a document, and then the answers that it provides is restricted to the scope of data that you've provided. It won't talk about other topics that are outside of what your data is speaking about. The next one is this Chinese chatbot that I mentioned from DeepSeek. So if you go to chat.deepseek.com, you can access this chatbot. It's free, as I mentioned. And interestingly, it can receive up to 50 different attachments. In total, its context window, though, is much smaller than Notebook LM's. The amazing feature that it provides, which is also free, is that R1 reasoning model that I mentioned. And this will be very impressive in doing math and science-related problems. And I've seen videos where you have these former physics PhD students, and they described this problem that they were trying to solve in their PhD, and they upload that problem into a model like R1. They were using O1, but R1 would probably do something similar. And what they found is that problem that took them years to figure out, the chatbot was able to understand what they were asking of it and solve the problem in a matter of minutes. And so this helped you identify how these chatbots will help us unlock new progress and identify new findings in science. The next tool that I'd like to mention is Napkin AI. This tool is also free, but it's still in beta testing mode, and perhaps that will change when it goes out of testing mode. But it allows you to analyze any paragraph of text, and then it will figure out what the important points are, and it then develops graphics or charts based on the information that you've uploaded. And so you'll find that these options are actually quite extensive. And I've also already started to visualize complex text that I'm working on. And so once I pop it in, it'll provide me a series of different graphs that I can use, which speak to my work. The next one is illicit.com, and this uses a semantic search method to find papers. So it's built on a database of 200 million papers. And if you capture your research question in the tool, it will connect you to papers relevant to that question. And so it'll give you a listing of those papers. And you'll find it's a much more intuitive way of finding literature. And I often find the results are much more in line with what I'm looking for compared to when I perform a keyword search on some of the traditional libraries that we use. The next one, it's a big one from Anthropic, and they've built a model called computer use. And this one could shock you in what it can do. You can now get Claude, its model, to act as your worker. And it does so by launching a virtual machine on your computer. And then Claude then takes control of this virtual machine, and it can carry out tasks for you. At the moment, it's quite controlled, and it can do some simple internet downloads, or it could blog on your behalf, answer emails, do data capture, carry out simple tasks. But it does eat a lot of resources to run that virtual machine, and it will cost you for the time that you use on the model. But this is the first version of that tool, and I'm sure in a few short months you can expect it to do much more impressive work. And so this is one of those first versions of those agents that OpenAI was talking about. And in time, I'm sure there'll be more to come. So with all of that, I wanted to share an exercise that you could carry out. And if we have any time, we'll see if we can do this together using your chatbot of choice. So in that pack of literature, there was a paper that I provided by focusing on climate change and occupational health. And so if you download that paper, you could then upload that paper to your preferred chatbot, give it a prompt that I'll share with you now, and then that will allow you to produce a precise summary of the paper, and it will help you pull out useful information, and so you can then quickly get a sense of the issues that are covered in that paper. And so here's the prompt that you could use. You'll notice that it's applying that systems 2 thinking that I was talking about. And so I've defined the role, I've defined the mission, the approach, the structure, the guidelines. You can refine this as you need, but it'll give you this outline for where you can start. And you'll see that this will help you create a concise summary of the paper, applying this précis writing technique. We'll come back to this if we have time. I see we're getting close to my the end of my allotted session. So here's an example of what that output looks like. I used a Notebook LM. And what you'll see is what I really like in Notebook LM is the numbering. If you click on each number, you'll find that it actually takes you to an excerpt from the document that you've uploaded. And so this makes it much easier for you to verify the statement that it's making, and this is a feature that you don't find in other AI tools. So it's very, very helpful. So lastly, before I close the presentation, I just wanted to share with you a few links about where you can get some good information on progress in generative AI. The first one is Dr. Mushtaq Bilal. You'll find him on LinkedIn. And so he's a researcher, and he offers his time as a consultant to other researchers who are interested in applying AI. But I find he shares a lot of useful content about AI techniques and new tools. And then the last one is Andy Stapleton. If you find his YouTube channel, he shares videos quite regularly, and he keeps track of these latest developments. And much of what I've shared today, I've been able to source from Mr. Stapleton. And you'll find that these tools can help make your research process much simpler. Yeah, thanks. That covers the presentation. Ashraf, if we have time, I can do a quick demo of some of those tools that I've shared. My goal here today was to help you understand the progress that's been made in AI so far, and then how we as researchers can make the most of these tools. And this can help improve our productivity and help us have a greater impact. So please feel free to reach out to me if you have any queries.
Krish, you have a few minutes. Maybe you want to engage in one. Please proceed.
Yeah, sure. So I mentioned upfront that there was a quiz that I had shared. There was a link on the presentation. Let's see if I can just pop this link in the chat, and then others can grab it if you haven't been able to see it. And so this is the GPT tool that is built into ChatGPT. And so what I've done is I've taken those documents that I shared and I've uploaded it into the chatbot, and I've given it some instructions to be able to create new questions about that source material that I have provided. So what I do is I press let's begin. And so it's reading that content, and now it's going to churn out a new question for me. So it says, great, let's dive into the first question. And question 1 is, what is the primary reason for ensuring transparency in the use of generative AI during social science research? So the primary reason, the options, it gives me this multiple choice. Firstly, to enhance the aesthetic presentation of the research report. That doesn't sound right. To comply with intellectual property guidelines, to allow others to evaluate the use of AI in the research process, to reduce the overall time required for, I think it might be C. Let's punch in C. Let's see what it says. It says I'm correct. So that's good. What you'll find is that if I answered something else, let's say I thought it was to enhance the aesthetic presentation and I said A instead of C, you'll notice it will correct me. It says close, but the correct answer is actually C, to allow others to evaluate the role. Here, transparency is critical. Transparency in research ensures that all aspects of the methodology, including the use of generative AI, are disclosed, and it gives you more details so you understand the reasoning behind that answer. And once you're done with that, you could move on to question 2, question 3, and so on. In the free version, I think you could only answer about 10 questions in a day. But there's a tool that's out there that you could use today. Next one that I wanted to speak about is that memo, the systems one thinking that I shared earlier. So if you go to chatgpt.com, I'll pop this in the prompt in the chat as well. So you could copy that prompt, put it into your chatbot. And so I've put it out there, and you'll see I mentioned that it's very unstructured. What I noticed in the answer that it's provided me is that it felt that I was actually giving it too little information. And so you notice it's put answers in brackets. And so it wants me to edit this further to try and give it more detail. So it's saying briefly describe the categories of books, highlight any immediate long-term benefits. So it's actually guiding me, which is interesting. So it's really interested in accessing more details. I did the same systems 1 prompt in the Let Chat from Mistral, and you'll find that it's also done something similar, and it's pushed in. It's giving you some generic information, but it's also asking that we provide more details about the books, and so it's captured that in square brackets. Here's the systems 2 prompt that I shared. So here we've got the role is mentioned. I'm using that hashtag symbol to identify headings in my prompt. So it's role, then mission, then approach, then structure. And so by providing those details, you'll see now here's the difference in quality. It sets out the purpose. It explains what the memo is. It talks about Project X. So this is where you need to engage with it. So did I actually speak about Project X? No, or actually I did. So you could have adapted that, but it's referring to Project X. It's asking me for a specific industry. And then it's giving me more information about the financial implications, the legal implications. And all this is based on the information that I shared with it. So it's using that, and then it's creating this logically ordered memo that would be beneficial. I'm sure all of us struggle with memo writing. It's something that we need to do regularly in the HSRC if we have to follow protocols. And so this can guide you in setting the structure for this process. Notebook LM. This is my favorite tool. So if you go to Notebook LM, I'll punch that in the chat box, in the chat window as well. So if you go to Notebook LM, if you haven't been there before, you'll have an empty page. You won't have all these boxes that I've used. But you could come in, click Create New, and this will create this new window for you where you can now upload some data. So I've got some files here. I mentioned this climate change and occupational health paper. So what I'm going to do is just drag that occupational health paper into the chatbot. You'll see it's processing it. It's extracting the text out of that PDF. And it initially gives you the summary of what's in there. If you click on it, you'll be able to see the contents of that paper. And I had provided that précis writing prompt. So I'm going to copy this. I've got it here on another tab, which is ready for you. So I'm going to pop that in the chat as well. Where is it? Oh, it keeps disappearing. Right, here we go. For some reason, my chat is not letting me paste. But you could grab it. Yeah, something's up with my Zoom right now, but you could grab that prompt off. And so all you would do is punch it in, and it sets the role, the mission, the approach, the structure, and you see it's thinking through that answer. And so now it's identifying the title, the research objective, the methodology, the key findings, the main arguments, occupational health risks posed by climate change necessitate immediate action. So that's an interesting point. Where does that come from? If I click on that number, I'll just zoom in a little. You'll see it's highlighted where in the text it's finding that, and it seems to be coming early on in the chapter or in the paper. So you'll see there's a lot of useful information here. If I click on this notebook guide, I mentioned that you can generate a podcast. So you could, if you click on that customize button there, you could give it some guidance on how you'd like to structure the podcast, but you could click generate, and it will then start working through that. In a few minutes time, it will produce the podcast, but I've done one already. I hope this is loud enough.
Into this, we've got this really compelling research article from the South African Medical Journal.
Yeah, that's a great source for this.
Yeah. So are you ready to kind of explore this with me?
Absolutely. An area that needs a lot more attention, for sure.
Okay. So our mission today is to really try to understand these occupational health risks that are linked to, the planet warming up, especially for those working in these
So that's a 17-minute podcast that it's produced, and you could listen to that. I'm sure if you upload it into Notebook LM, it will generate something a bit more nuanced. Every time you do it, it's different than the last case. And as I mentioned, you could customize that by pressing that customize button, and it will take a different approach to generating that. But very quickly, you could listen to this 17-minute podcast, and it will give you this detailed introspection about what this article actually means, which I find very, very useful. I wanted to share another use case of Notebook LM. Here's another project that I've used, and I've uploaded recordings into this, so MP3 files. So you'll see I've popped them in, and if I click on them, so this was a meeting that I held between a group here in South Africa and a Chinese group. So there's language, there's English language and Chinese being spoken in this meeting, and you'll see it's actually translating the English and the Chinese. So that's very impressive in what it's been able to do there. Then I'll jump to Napkin AI. I mentioned this tool. So here what I've done is I've copied in some new text. And so what you do here is you select the text that you copied, you press this blue lightning button, and it now reads that text and starts figuring out what's meant there. And then you have these beautiful diagrams that get created. And so you can figure out which diagram best represents what you've done. And then the last one that I mentioned, that Chinese chatbot, we don't often get access to the Chinese model, so this is something quite useful. Yes, chat.deepseek. I'll put that in the chat. And then this has that deep think option. So if you press that slider, you can give it a problem and it will spend some time thinking about it and then work on an answer for you. Yeah, that's about it from me, colleagues. I hope that was useful and gives you a practical sense about how you can use these tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that was Chris Chetty, again, as previous, so very useful. And there's been some comments in the chat saying that. And I haven't activated the sort of reactions. You can see all the hand clapping and the thumbs ups and all the other reactions being given to you. Thank you very much, Krish. Krish, there are some questions I would like you to look at in the open Q&A box. We won't be able to answer them now live. And then I'm going to encourage the 4 colleagues who's raised their hands, Nondwe, Matrose, Mochokawe, Ida, and Hanneke. We've run out of time with regard to live questions. So I'm going to encourage you, please, to type your questions in the Q&A box, and Krish will look at them there and give some answers. You also have his contact details, which he had on his final slide, and he can perhaps post his email address again in the chat box, and then we can proceed because we would need to catch up on our program. So Krish, thank you very much again for your contribution. Much appreciated. And as we've discussed, we will probably have you with our monthly research forum soon, as well as the other process that we're engaging in. Thanks.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Keep well. Yeah. Okay, so colleagues, we are now going to have a moment where Lindsay Dube is going to join us, and I'm going to ask Lindsay to open a microphone and share her slides. She represents one of the NIOH Biennial Research Day 2024 as a sponsor, one of 3. And I'm going to give her, Lindsay, would 3 minutes be fine?
Good morning. Yes, I think I can try and,
Okay.
sorry, I can try and squeeze it in.
Let's do it in 4. And your microphone is slightly elevated, so I see more of the ceiling than of you. So if you can
Sorry.
make a
Can
slight adjustment there, great. So please,
Okay.
Lindsay, you're about to open
Mhm.
your slides, right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Please proceed and introduce yourself. That'll be great.
No problem. Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, so can you see my slides? Can you hear me as well?
We can hear you. Your slides needs to be put into slide mode.
Yes, yes. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so
Perfect.
good morning. My name is Lindsay Dube, and I'm the sales representative from Ingaba Biotech, right? So just to give a bit of background, so Ingaba Biotechnical Industries, also known as the Africa's Genomics Company, has been in business for 22 years now, and we have 8 branches. So West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa as well. And we recently opened a office as well in Cape Town. So to just share a bit of information about the company, we have 3 branches, right? Where the first one would be the branch where we offer the laboratory services. So for instance, the oligonucleotide synthesis lab, the Sanger sequencing, next generation sequencing, mass array, and we also offer our workshops, for instance, where we offer trainings for wet lab and dry lab trainings, including phylogenetics courses and also bioinformatics. So in these labs, we also offer internships, so job opportunities at times. And please feel free to send through an email to our info email address for more information about the job opportunities. The second branch is the distribution side, where we distribute products from our highly commendable brands. And so these products are applicable to molecular biology, the diagnostic side, molecular diagnostic side as well, and biotechnology as a whole, and so forth. Right, so I'm just going to share just a bit of information for some of the products that you can get from us. For instance, if you're working on a research in the molecular space and then you want to collect samples, we have products that can be used for sample collection, extraction as well, to amplification, QC steps until the analysis step, where we also have bioinformaticians that will do the analysis for you. We do have an option of actually doing the service for you. As I mentioned, that we have laboratory services. So one can send through the samples and we assist them with the whole process after they've collected their samples, or they can come to us and purchase these products that can be used. Right. So we, looking at the NIOH side, we have seen that there's also a microbiology department, and we at Ingaba provide products for microbiology. That would be, for instance, chromogenic media, the TCC strains, the dehydrated culture media. So we have the sizes from, the 500 grams, 5 kg, 25 kg as well. And then we also supply the supplements that can be used during the media preparation, not forgetting the filtration membranes and the other additional consumables that will be necessary for the lab. With the immunology space, we have recently added one of the good suppliers for immunology, and they have good ETA as well, and also samples. So from these suppliers, Biomatic and Protentech, we get reagents such as proteins, ELISA kits, antibodies, and also growth factors. We also supply the instruments as well, your plate readers, plate washers, incubators, the microscopes as well. Then with the chemistry side, so we have been currently growing our chemistry portfolio. So from chemistry, we supply biochemicals with various grades. So that would be analytical grades, your HPLC, your GC grades, and so forth. We also supply the standards, raw materials, APIs, and so forth. So just to focus on chromatography, we have kits for extraction, like the quenchers and also the solid phase cartridges as well that can be used for the extraction processes. We unfortunately currently do not supply the chromatography instruments. However, we supply the accessories that can be used with instruments that are currently available in the country. So should anyone be in need of these accessories, for instance, like your columns and the vials and the syringes as well, please feel free to get in touch with us so that we can share more information. So we supply instruments as well. So for instance, your centrifuges, the thermal cyclers from Eppendorf, we supply the PEG bio instruments as well that can be used for the next generation sequencing for whole genomics and high fidelity reads as well, including the gel document system, the weighing solutions, where we also currently have some promotions there, and some magnetic stirrers, and so forth of the instruments that are very applicable to the chemistry department. Just to add also, we supply very high quality products, and we also have engineers that offer the service and the calibration of the instruments that we supply. Right, so just a slide here for the promotions that we currently have. Should anyone still be in need of products, please feel free to get in touch so that we can share more information on the current promotions. Okay, so here is the information on why you choose Inqaba. We offer very quick and efficient service, and we are very quick to respond to our emails. And you very friendly staff. You'll be supporting local. We have very competitive prices. And just to add, we are trying to be a one-stop shop. So there is a guarantee that most of the products that you'll be needing, we can supply. Okay, so thank you very much. I know I had short time, but here are my contact details. Lindsay Dube at inqababiotech.co.za. Otherwise, please feel free to get in touch with us at email address info@inqababiotech.co.za. Okay, so
Thank you, Lindsay.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
You can put those email addresses in the chat box if people want it. Please go ahead. We're
Okay.
slightly over time, so I just got to move on quickly. Thanks for that.
No problem.
That's
Thank you very
Lindsay
much.
from one of our sponsors. Much appreciated. Okay, so I'm going to now hand over to my two colleagues who's going to assist us through the next session, and that's the oral presentations. We have 8 oral presentations from senior researchers here at the National Institute for Occupational Health, and I'm going to hand over to the chairpersons, that is Dr. Melita and Dr. Nonsi, and I'm handing over to you, Melita, immediately. Please proceed.
Good
Your
morning,
microphone.
everyone.
Oh, great. I can hear you. Please
You
proceed.
can hear me, you can see me.
Yes.
I'm Melita Motlale, a senior epidemiologist in the epidemiology and surveillance section. I will be taking you through the first 4 presentations. Please note that the presentation is 10 minutes and we have 5 minutes for questions. And you can type in the questions in the Q&A box. I'll read them out to each presenter. The first presentation is on the investigating the presence of SARS-CoV-2 in the wastewater at the 3 wastewater treatment plants in Gauteng, South Africa. And the presenter is Mr. Don Jambu. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to confirm if I am audible and if my presentations are visible.
It is.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, my name is Don Jumbo, and today I'll be presenting my master's project titled Assessing the Presence of SARS-CoV-2 in Wastewater and Health Implications for Wastewater Treatment Plant Personnel. So the background of the study is rooted in the COVID-19 pandemic, which in South Africa mainly occurred between March 2020 and July 2022. During this period, several evidences of SARS-CoV-2 release into wastewater became apparent. That is, of course, mainly through the detection of the virus in both urine and fecal samples. Growing concern over the potential emergence of SARS-CoV-2 fecal, oral, and wastewater aerosol transmission routes urged more studies into the fate of SARS-CoV-2 in wastewater. For this study, our main concern was the potential risks this could have for wastewater treatment plant personnel and downstream applications in water reuse. The aims and objectives of the study. So the aim of the study was to, sorry, I just need to minimize this. So the aim of the study was to investigate the presence of SARS-CoV-2 RNA in wastewater and the implied health risks to wastewater treatment plant workers. And to do this, the objectives were as follows. Initially, to determine the presence of SARS-CoV-2 RNA in wastewater and aerosols at aeration basins using reverse transcription quantitative polymerase chain reaction, RT-qPCR. We compared viral load differences between samples from different sampling, all process points, and 3 treatment plants. There was also the determination of infection potential of SARS-CoV-2 detected in wastewater and its implications for worker health and water reuse. And lastly, the determination of viral DNA or RNA pathogens present alongside SARS-CoV-2 in the wastewater. These objectives were accomplished using 3 main flows of methodology. The first was sample collection and handling, ultimately leading to RT-qPCR analysis. The second being sample collection and testing for SARS-CoV-2 infection potential. And the last was whole genome and shotgun sequencing of sample RNA extracts. So 3 wastewater treatment plants from the Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality were selected, and these were termed wastewater treatment plant A, B, and C, as shown in this table. From these 5 process points were selected for sampling, shown in the first column on the left. These were namely the inlet works from the top, the inlet works, primary settling tank, aeration basin, secondary settling tank, and the effluent discharge point. The second column shows the sample types which were taken from the respective process points. For wastewater treatment plant A, due to there not being no wastewater aerosol generation at its aeration basin, samples associated with this process point were emitted. All sample types were collected from wastewater treatment plants B and C. Okay. Samples were collected weekly from July to November 2022, from July to November 2020. These were processed accordingly, with water samples first requiring concentration via skim flocculation, as viral particles are sparsely distributed in wastewater. Swab samples, on the other hand, had to be vortexed and before extraction to allow for particle dislodging from the cotton swab head. Bioaerosol samples only require dilution before extraction and analysis, along with the rest of the samples using commercial kits on the Quant Studio 5. For the determination of potential health risks to treatment plant personnel, influenza samples were collected and filtered, followed by inoculation onto Viro E6 cell cultures and screening for cytopathic effects. Controls were made for the culturing and the experiment aspects of this point. These being the first being the negative control, which was of the culture, which was through the inoculation of media only. The second being the positive culture control, where it was inoculated with SARS-CoV-2 virus suspension. For the experimental facet, the negative control was an inoculation with sterilized wastewater, whereas the positive control was an inoculation with spiked wastewater, which was spiked with SARS-CoV-2. Sequencing of selected samples was done using commercial kits on the HiSec 2500 to determine the genetic diversity of viral pathogens. The workflow comprised of library preparation, cluster generation, sequencing, and data analysis. For the metagenomic analysis, the viral composition of the selected primary sludge samples was determined using read-based and assembly-based analysis. The MetaRab pipeline was used to generate taxonomic assignments using a taxonomic sequence classifier, Kraken-2. And the chronocharts and all resulting outputs were used to compare wastewater treatment plant virals. So here we have a table showing a summary of the weekly collected samples and analysis status for all the plants throughout the 15 weeks of collection. And we saw that 65%, that's about 111 out of 172 of the samples that were collected, were positive for SARS-CoV-2 RNA. A positive result was given to samples that had a CT value below 40. Influent and primary sludge samples from all three plants were frequently positive, while most of the samples collected downstream were negative. This is more so for the secondary settling tank, SST effluent, the secondary settling tank effluent and final effluent samples, which are the last two at the last two rows indicated currently. SARS-CoV-2 RNA was also detected in 57% of final effluent samples to be discharged across all plants. And as for the contact surface swabs collected above the aeration basins, 3 of these were positive for wastewater treatment plant B, and only 1 was positive from wastewater treatment plant C. With regards to bioaerosols, no SARS-CoV-2 RNA was detected in the bioaerosols. Okay. So presented here is a summary of the gene copy data obtained from plant A for all SARS-CoV-2 RNA gene targets, and that is the N gene, S gene, and ORF1ab. Only one significant difference between sample types was sample type gene copy equivalence per mil was observed, this being between the influent and the primary sludge samples. For plant B, however, differences were seen throughout the treatment chain, mainly between the primary sludge and all the wastewater sample types. We also saw significant differences between, We also saw significant differences between the influent and final effluent samples, as well as the activated sludge and the final effluent samples. Plant C, similar to plant A, only showed one significant difference between sample types, and this was between the primary sludge and the SST effluent. Results from infectivity testing are given in this table, which shows inverted light microscope images, a collation of inverted light microscope images of Vero E6 cell cultures on days 0, 3, and 7 after inoculation with either, now this is from left to right, with either media only, a SARS-CoV-2 virus suspension, sterilized wastewater, SARS-CoV-2 spiked wastewater, or, which now is the last 3 columns, the filtered wastewater sample. So cultures were noted to grow normally with no cytopathic effects, and this was also true for the virus suspension inoculated positive control, which is the second column. But further RT-qPCR analysis showed us that there was evidence of viral replication when comparing days 0, 3, and 7, despite there not being any cytopathic effects. So that is most likely due to a mutation-related reduction in virulence, but the control was still working. A closer look at day 7 for the positive culture control and one of the samples, we see that if you look towards the left, for the positive culture control, some gaps in the cell monolayer were seen due to cell death, whereas for the samples, cultures inoculated with the filtered wastewater samples still grew normally, even leading to overgrowth of cells, which is evident by the cells in suspension as indicated. Going to the results of the metagenomic analysis, presented here is a relative abundance graph of the dominant viral families shown at the wastewater treatment plants based on the MetaRab pipeline. So the viral group noted to be the most predominant amongst the 3 wastewater treatment plants was the Cordyviralis, an order of tailed bacteriophages. And here are some of the families that constitute that group, which is for example, the Podoviridae, the Cyphorviridae, and Myoviridae. Common viral plant pathogens were also detected, which included for example, the Papillomaviridae and the Gemini-viridae. We also saw some common human and vertebrate viral pathogens, which, for example, would be the Coronaviridae, Adenoviridae, Poxviridae, and Herpesviridae, among others. And we also finally saw some invertebrate viral pathogen families, and examples are indicated right now with the blue highlighter. An upset plot was generated showing overlapping and unique viral sequences among the 3 wastewater treatment plants. And from this, we saw 434 viral intersections between all 3 wastewater treatment plants. And these would include sequences belonging to the Cordyviralis, Phycodinaviridae, Baculoviridae, and Mimiviridae. Shared sequences were also seen for wastewater treatment plant pairs, right, which was more so for plant A and B, which had around 218 shared sequences, and less for plants A, and less when considering plants A and B between plant C. And I guess the main reason that happened would be because plants A and B were actually serve similar types of domestic and commercial populations, whereas plant C is a wastewater treatment plant that serves a lot of, rather, I should say, that receives a lot of industrial waste. Non-intersecting sequences were also observed for each wastewater treatment plant. Now, for a look into the discussion, an overall look at the results. So SARS-CoV-2 derived from wastewater showed no infection potential. I think that is one of the most important points from the study. Most of the tested samples reflected positive results, with detection being more frequent in influent and sludge samples. The concurrent presence of SARS-CoV-2 gene fragments in contact surface swabs and activated sludge samples suggests that there would have been the potential for worker exposure if SARS-CoV-2 from wastewater was infectious. But we've seen that from the study, it's not infectious. There was no SARS-CoV-2 RNA detected in any of the bioaerosol samples. The detection in the final effluent samples in actually all the plants had some instances of SARS-CoV-2 detection, shows that the plants weren't always effective in completely removing the signals of SARS-CoV-2 RNA from the wastewater. Differences in gene copies between process treatment points actually show, for example, for wastewater treatment plant B, that it was capable of demonstrating some reductions of the RNA signal towards the treatment endpoint. Shared and distinct virums were observed between wastewater treatment plants, which could potentially act as indicators for potential outbreaks in served populations. So in conclusion, going back to the aims and the objectives of the study, when we look at the first objective, which was a determination of SARS-CoV-2 RNA presence, we saw a lot of frequent detection upstream the treatment chain. For our second objectives, which was to compare viral load differences between samples from different sampling and process points and the 3 treatment plants, we saw a viral load reduction throughout the treatment chain, which was demonstrated more so for plant B and less for plants A and C. For the third objective, which was to determine the infection potential of SARS-CoV-2 found in wastewater, and the subsequent implications for worker health and water reuse, we found that wastewater-derived SARS-CoV-2 did not show evidence of infection potential. And lastly, for the determination of viral DNA and RNA pathogens present alongside SARS-CoV-2 in wastewater, we're able to see that virums of the wastewater treatment plants were identified, which can potentially be used to flag for future potential outbreaks based on shifts in pathogen abundance. To conclude my presentation, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to my supervisors for all of their guidance throughout my study. I'd also like to thank the National Institute for Occupational Health, a division of the National Health Laboratory Service, for its provision of facilities which were used throughout the study. And actually, this was where the study was based. And thank you also to all the NIOH colleagues that assisted me during the study. Definitely a lot of assistance that goes unnoted in some instances, but I'll just like to give my thanks, as well as the assistance I received from the Agricultural Research Commission and the Northwest University, specifically during my sequencing and the analysis of this study. A final thank you to a final thank you to the funder of the study, most definitely, which was the Water Research Commission. Thank you all.
Thanks, Don. Any questions? I can't see any questions in the Q&A. Okay. I don't know whether Andre's question is posed to you, Don. I need clarity because it says these proteins would be found in any product. Questions are these studies by any means supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, WHO, or any similar? That's the question that I'm seeing from both.
Oh, I don't think this is for my presentation.
Okay. No, in the absence of questions, thank you so much, Don. We'll move on to the next presentation, which is a recorded presentation by Dr. Wells. And it's on the analysis of the global harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals, GHS, requirements in the new regulations for hazardous chemical agents in South Africa. Ashraf, the video, please.
Apologies, Melita. I seem to have a challenge with sharing it with sound, so I'm going to ask the IT colleagues just to assist. My sharing function seemed to have excluded sound as an option here. Conguelo?
Ashraf?
Could you just share the presentation of Dr. Wells? My sound share function seemed to have been deactivated, yeah?
Okay, one moment.
That'll be B2. Okay, I've just restored a setting in the, so I think I'll be able to share now. One moment.
Classifying and labeling chemicals. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wells Otembi, and I'm going to present our study on the analysis of GHS requirements in the new
Apologies
regulations.
for interrupting, Melita. Is the screen quite clear, or do you see gray boxes?
There are gray boxes, but
okay, let me just see if I can share from
presentation.
my side, yeah?
All right.
And hopefully from my side, the gray boxes would not be an issue.
It's showing gray boxes?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm sharing now, does it have the gray boxes?
No, it's fine.
And I'm going to present our study on the analysis of GHS requirements in the new regulations for hazardous chemical agents in South Africa. The globally harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals, otherwise known as GHS, is a system for classifying and labeling chemicals and their mixtures according to their intrinsic hazardous properties. The system has emerged as the cornerstone of sound chemicals management in many countries. The system provides specifications for the classifications, prevention, management, and communication of chemical hazards. Section 43 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act empowers the responsible minister to make health and safety regulations. And under this act, South Africa developed the hazardous chemical substances regulations in 1995, and these have been updated since. The latest revision happened in 2021 as the regulations for hazardous chemical agents in order to incorporate what is called the GHS provisions. This paper was prepared to analyze the GHS requirements in the 2021 regulations. The method used a document analysis where we analyze the GHS requirements in the new regulations in relation to the most recent GHS document, which is referred to as the UN Purple Book. Now I shall give you an overview of GHS in South Africa. The UN endorsed the GHS declaration at the 8th Summit in 1993. But then GHS in South Africa has been implemented as a voluntary standard since 2008. And that standard aligned with the relevant UN GHS Purple Book at the time. But however, South Africa has prepared a new standard, a new revision of that standard in 2019 in order to make it align with the new version of the UN GHS Purple Book. GHS uses signal words, hazard statements, pictograms, and precautionary statements, which I will define very soon. Signal words indicate the relative degree of severity and hazard, using words such as danger for more severe hazards and warning for the less severe hazards. And GHS also uses hazard statements, which is a statement assigned to a hazard class and category to describe the nature of the hazard of the hazardous product. For example, using such words as this substance may cause serious eye damage or it is toxic if swallowed. And that uses a system of codes that starts with a capital H followed by 3 digits. GHS also uses precautionary statements, which are phrases that recommend measures to minimize or prevent adverse effects. And those precautionary statements are designated codes that start with the letter P followed by 3 digits. Now let's discuss the GHS requirements in the regulations. Before any chemical is supplied to a workplace, the manufacturer or importer of the chemical agent must determine whether the chemical agent can be classified as a hazardous agent according to GHS. And in this case, we are not supposed to use any, words casually, such as non-toxic, non-harmful, non-polluting, non-hazardous, except in the framework that aligns with the GHS. So GHS also has 3 main classes of substances of hazards, including physical hazards that include explosives, flammable gases, aerosols, oxidizing gases, and so on and so forth. And then there are 10 classes of health hazards, including acute toxicity, skin corrosion, serious eye damage, reproductive toxicology, and so on, as you can see them here. And then there are 2 environmental hazards as well, which include hazards to the aquatic environment, and then also hazards to the ozone layer. But in the regulations, explosives and desensitized explosives are not included among the physical hazards. So as I said earlier on also that GHS also uses pictograms. These are images or these are pictures that can communicate the hazardous nature of the substance. For example, that flame there is used to show flammables, pyrophorics, self-heating substances, organic peroxides, and so on and so forth. And you can see here corrosion. You can actually see that this one is showing that the substance is corrosive. And exploding bomb, you can actually see this is for explosives and self-reactives. And then hazardous to the environment, you can actually see that there is a figure there of a tree and fish and water. And safety data sheets. The regulations define a safety data sheet as a document that is aligned to the GHS to provide information on the properties of the hazardous chemicals and their effects on health and safety. Section 14A of the regulations presents requirements of the STSs, which must be prepared by an importer or manufacturer before or immediately after manufacture, but before importation. This STS must be GHS compliant and prepared according to the requirements of GHS and reviewed at least once every 5 years. And then the employer is required to provide the STS to any employee that will use or is likely to be harmed by any hazardous chemical agent. So these are the contents of the STS. As you can see, in section 1, you have the identification of the substance. Section 6, you have accidental release measures. Section 7, handling and storage. Section 11, toxicological information. Section 14, transport information. The STS should include self-handling of those hazardous substances and mixtures, including advice on handling of incompatible substances and mixtures. And then it should also include stability and reactivity, which includes the list of classes of chemicals or specific substances that could react with the substance under question, or also to include a list of conditions that should be avoided. Labeling. GHS requests chemical manufacturers, importers, and distributors to provide labels that include signal words, pictograms, and hazard statement for each hazard class and category. According to these regulations, a hazardous chemical is correctly labeled if the label elements are consistent with GHS. And an employer or self-employed individual can only use, receive, or handle or store any hazardous agent if it is correctly packed and labeled. So this requirement places the responsibility and duty of care for labeling on the employer. And these requirements also are extended to secondary containers, including hazardous substances within pipes. That means if you decant a substance from the main container to a secondary container, then the secondary container should also label to include the warning information that is relevant according to GHS. So this is just one example of a label. As you can see, this is for carbon monoxide. So this is danger. That's the signal weight showing danger. And then of course you have the product name, and then you have the hazard you have the hazard statements, which here says extremely flammable, or this is toxic if inhaled, and so on. And then you have precautionary statements here, which says keep container tightly closed or avoid breathing vapors. And then you have pictograms there, which shows. Remember that flame we talked about. And then this is also, as you can see, it is a health hazard, as you can see. So this is what should be contained on the label according to GHS. In conclusion, South Africa has domesticated GHS through the 2021 regulations, and these regulations require GHS compliant STSs and also labeling of chemicals, including chemicals in secondary containers. The regulations also has requirements for safe handling of hazardous substances, including handling of incompatible substances. Looking at these requirements, we can actually say that these requirements will provide a conducive regulatory framework for effectively utilizing GHS for worker and consumer safety in South Africa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, that's a wrap. There are no questions in the Q&A, but I saw a hand. Meryl, you can go ahead and pose your question.
Melita, I did activate the microphone for Meryl. I think Meryl has now dropped her hand.
Okay. I still don't have anything in the Q&A box. In the absence of questions, let's move on to the third presentation, which is by Ms. Anna Fori. Is the case study testing for allergy to rubber gloves, patch testing beyond the European standard series. Ms. Fori, the floor is yours.
Anna has provided us with a video recording, so I'm not sure if she could just indicate if we should share that.
Yes, sorry, Ashraf, I thought that you were using that.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Anna. Thank you for confirming.
Sure.
You can share the video. And please feel free to type in the questions in the Q&A box while the video is running.
Apologies, Melita. The file name is too long, so it doesn't want to open, so I'll just quickly have to shorten the file name. Okay. Yeah, it's working now. I'm sharing.
Today, I am going to be talking about testing for allergy to rubber gloves, and specifically using a case study to show the importance of testing beyond the European standard series. So workers with skin conditions are referred to the occupational dermatology clinic of the NIOH from the mines, from industry and healthcare facilities, amongst others, and of course, especially from areas that have accessibility to the NIOH. Patients diagnosed with possible allergic contact dermatitis by the dermatologist are patch tested in an effort to identify the putative causative agent or agents. First line of testing is the European Standard Series, which is a group of 31 different allergens that are known to be the most common cause of allergic reactions worldwide. However, because we are an occupational clinic, we have specialized series for specific exposures, which we can then consider. And these include a series for rubber allergens, metal allergens, dental, cosmetic, epoxy allergens, among others. So the aim of this study was to highlight the importance of patch testing beyond the European Standard Series to demonstrate sensitization to important occupational allergens, and also that sensitization to accelerators used in nitrile glove manufacturing
can result in allergic contact dermatitis. The worksheet that you see on the right-hand side is the European Standard Series of allergens, and you can see the 3 highlighted allergens are the most common allergens that are found in rubber gloves. So just a short occupational history and clinical presentation of FM, the patient who this case study is based on. She worked in an analytical laboratory for 16 years, processing metal samples, and of course that also resulted in exposure to chemicals such as hydrochloric acid and nitric acid. She presented with work-related rashes on her hands, her arms, her head and torso, among other conditions. The skin condition improved when she was transferred to do office work, but then reoccurred when she returned to the lab, although she worked with different chemicals and metals in a different part of the lab. However, one must notice that the constant exposure in whichever section she was would have been to rubber gloves. She was referred by the occupational medicine section to the dermatology clinic because of her skin condition. The dermatologist at the clinic assessed her skin condition and considered it to be possibly work-related. As the patient's clinical presentation was considered to be that of contact dermatitis, and there was workplace exposures to potentially allergenic substances, patch testing was indicated. The tests that were done include patch tests such as the European Standard Series of 31 allergens, 13 possibly relevant metal allergens, and later on we also did the rubber additive series of 27 different allergens. She also had a specific IgE to latex done, since she had worn latex gloves when the condition started. And then she was also skin prick tested to ascertain her atopic status. Once we had done the ESS, we saw that she was negative for common rubber allergens. However, we very carefully needed to consider the fact that she wore rubber gloves in all the different areas of the laboratory, and therefore there was constant exposure to rubber gloves. First she wore latex, and then they moved on to nitrile gloves, and she still had the condition. And also, when she stopped wearing the gloves, because she was placed in an office environment, the condition improved. So it was a good indicator that gloves might be a problem. Therefore, we decided to test her with a more specific rubber additive series, as the allergens in the ESS did not come up. Some of the patch test results for the European Standard Series, she was found to be positive to cobalt chloride and nickel sulfate. And both nickel and cobalt were present in the workplace, so this was a occupational exposure which could cause a problem. She also overreacted to formaldehyde and quaternium-15, which can be present in self-care products such as soaps, moisturizers, creams, but also home care products. And she would therefore have to be careful around these products as well. Other test results that were found, they did an IgE to latex, but this was negative, so latex was not a problem. And she was also skin prick tested with aeroallergens, and this was positive. And because there was also a family history of atopy, she was considered to be atopic. As I said later on, we tested her with the rubber additive series, and she was found to be positive to all 3 constituents of the thiourea mix, which came up negative in the ESS. And she also came up to hexamethylene tetraamine. So she was allergic to additives in the rubber gloves. So sensitization to thiourea was instrumental in identifying an important cause of her occupational allergic contact dermatitis. The European Standard Series patch tests detected sensitization to several workplace and non-occupational chemicals, and of course this would also be important in controlling her skin condition. However, it was only with targeted testing with a specific series, or the rubber series, which detected the sensitization to accelerators used in manufacturing of rubber gloves, and this would be found both in nitrile and the latex gloves, and that these reactions were not detected by the thiourea mix in the European Standard Series. So this case highlights the importance of thoroughly investigating the role of putative causative exposures encountered in the workplace, and also the importance of a very careful occupational history. Also highlights the importance of knowledge of workplace practices, including the PPE selection and use, and the need for workplaces to manage those affected at work appropriately for a specific agent. For example, through work adaptation or relocation. We saw here when they relocated her to the office, the condition improved. And again, in this case, it shows the necessity of finding appropriate rubber gloves which have low levels of or are free of accelerators. I would just like to thank Dr. Ndaba, Dr. Carmen, Prof. Singh, and Prof. Rees for the input into this study, which was published. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? There is nothing in the Q&A box. Any hands? All right, let's move.
Dr. Mlita, just one comment. In the chat box, people have been asking for the sharing of the slides, apart from saying great presentations. So yes, the committee will address that question, and then we can get a response to them.
Okay, thanks. Moving on to the fourth presentation by Dr. Janath Manganyi. It's on a newly developed bivariate panel for designing and testing respirators for Black South African respirator users. Over to you, Dr. Manganyi.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Melita. Let me close my video. I just wanted people to see the person who's going to be talking. Let me share. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. So thank you so much. I'm honored to be part of this event. So the topic that I'm going to be talking about is on a new bivariate respiratory fitters panel representing Black South African respirator users in Gauteng. This is one of my PhD study objectives. So the paper about this objective is currently under internal review. So before I go into my background, I don't want you to lose my talk, and I don't want to lose you as well. So I decided to put this picture so that we understand what I'm talking about. I believe everyone, you are familiar with the surgical, let me get a pointer, okay. So you are familiar with surgical mask or the cloth that we've been using during COVID. That's not what I'm going to be talking about. So I'm talking about respiratory protective equipment. And these are examples, and in no way that I'm trying to endorse these products. I think that needs to be clarified. So my study focused on disposable respiratory protective equipment. The examples are for here. And another example is the half-based elastometric, which is more for chemical use, also is part of the respiratory protective equipment, but my study did not look at that. So this kind of respiratory protective equipment are used in many industries to protect employees from getting exposure to different kinds of hazards. And they are manufactured in many other countries, and even those that are manufactured in South Africa. However, they when it comes to testing of them after designing, they are tested against the international panels. And these panels, they don't necessarily consider the facial dimensions of South Africans. So just again to clarify, what is the panel? So the panel is designed using the facial size distribution representative of its intended user population. So in other words, if you want to develop a product for South Africans, so you need to consider the dimensions that are representative of that population. So the panels are very essential in describing the face size to be tested for respirators And they also allow that a representative sample of the user population is included. That way you are able to have a panel that is representative and ensuring that that product will be able to fit the individuals that they're intending to use that product. To our knowledge, there is no public South African respirator users panels. And I've decided to investigate on Black South Africans because I wanted to focus on one population group so that I ensure a representative sample size. And besides, Black South African are little investigated in this important concept. So before developing the panel, obviously there are other objectives that has to be conducted. Firstly, I had to take the measurements, spatial dimension measurements, which were 13 in this case. However, for the panel, I only used the two, which is face width and face length. And the reason why face width and face length is because these two dimensions define your face size. It's whether it's either small, medium, or large. So I use this dimension to evaluate the suitability of the commonly used panels, which is the USA one and the Chinese one, which are commonly used in the designing and testing of respirators that are used by Black South African or South African in general. Then after evaluating the suitability, then based on the outcome, I had to develop a respiratory fit test panel for Black South African users. So let me show you an example of a panel so that we move together the right way. So the one on the right, on the left, this is the NIOH panel, which has been done using American face size distribution. So a panel, it has boundaries, which is the face on the X and Y axis, which has measurements. So inside, there will be a panel with 10 cells. So each dot represents a subject that participated. So in other words, if you have a specific face length and specific face width, you will fall in any of this panel. So it may look like there are small dots there, but they're more than there are around 3,997. Some they're sitting on top of each other. So the first three cells sort of represent those who have small faces. The medium ones, these are medium face sizes, and the one on the upper end is more for a large face subject. The difference between the two, because I'm not going to repeat what I have said here, the NIOH one and the Chinese one, you can see what is imported here under face width. You can see the American start just above, just after 120 millimeter. Then when compared to the Chinese one, this one is close to 130 to show that Chinese are more wider. Then in terms of the face length, you can see the American, they have longer faces, just below 140, but the Chinese, you find that it's just above 130 to show that they are a little bit shorter in terms of their face length. So these are the two panels which my study collected data to compare if really one of them is suitable for our population. So the method used, this was a cross-sectional study which was conducted in Gauteng, and the reason for doing it in Gauteng is because we understand that there are many people coming from other provinces seeking for employment here. So that gave us an opportunity to select from a diverse sample of South Africans. And also there are most industry type which are represented in Gauteng. So that giving us relevant samples in terms of the industries. So what happened is the industries known to be respirator users were identified and approached. There were 8 industries which were approached, however, 4 agreed. So those 4 workplaces within those companies within those sectors were approached, and those who agreed to participate workplaces, they were conveniently selected by location in close proximity to the NIOH 100 kilometers, and willingness to participate. So everyone who was in a workplace on that day was invited to participate. Then these are the 2 dimensions that I've taken. So if you look here, this is the dimension representing the face length, and I use the sliding caliper to measure that manually. Then this one is the face width, which I use the spreading caliper. So I'm showing you so that you understand that these 2 dimensions inform your face size. So how did I really assess if the panel is acceptable? If the one, either the NIOH or the Chinese one. So what I've done, we have taken the Black South African bivariate face length and face width. We plotted on a scatter plot. Then we overlaid the NIOH and the Chinese. Then we observe. In other words, then the measurement and the cell boundaries were used to place our participant in each cell, showing and to calculate how many percentage of the participant will fall within the panel. So for a panel to be representative, at least 95% of the population should fall within the panel, and there must be at least a close to uniform distribution across the cells. So that those two are very important. So how did we decide on this? Is because the NIOH and the Chinese follow the same, and I wanted to do and to replicate the methodology so that we have some form of baseline in terms of having a respirator test panel in South Africa. And also we adopted the same panel limits where we applied +2 standard deviation for males and -2 standard deviation for female, assuming that because literature confirmed that females are likely to have a smaller face size as compared to men. Then, and to include the wider range of face length for Black South Africans, then we had to adjust the boundaries to make sure that we get that uniform distribution, the same way as the NIOH and the Chinese. And ours were down to 95 millimeter and 135, you will see it shortly. So the boundaries, the panel boundaries of the Black South African indicated that my sample lies between the NIOH and the Chinese. So if you look here, so the black one represents the NIOH, then the orange one is the Chinese. So this shows that the Black South African is lying in between. So which means neither the NIOH or the Chinese represent our population. So while we look at the distribution within the panel, the Chinese panel only contained 90.7% of our study population, which was way less to the requirements of 95%. NIOH, however, included 96.5, but it had large empty spaces in the edge cells, and 29% of the Black South African population fell in one NIOH. So that was showing the poor distribution. So therefore, it was necessary for us to develop a dedicated Black South African panel. And this panel is what I'm showing you here. So this is a new Black South African bivariate panel, which has been developed based on the face length and face width of Black South African respirator users. So that panel, it covers more than 97% of the Black South African subjects, and there is uniform distribution within the cells. So this new panel provides a defined cell which can be used by manufacturers when they think of designing and testing the respirators that will be suitable for Black South African population. So how will they apply it as manufacturers is that if you want to design a one size fits all models, so we keep talking about one size fits all, one size. So you can only talk about one size fits all respirator as long as you use the face size distribution of that user population, but you cannot apply this concept if you use other population, maybe different country and so forth. So this panel is the same panel that I showed you that we developed. So within the panel, it's showing how many people need to be sampled for testing after you have developed or you have designed a respirator. So for one size fits all models, you will need 25 subjects. So if you see here in the brackets, like I said, that the 3 below is for small sized faces, but then when you do for one size, you will sample in all cells. So in brackets, it's showing one subject here, 4 subjects. So this is the number of cells up to 10, but the numbers in bracket, those are the number of people that need to be sampled. Then there's another sampling option that can be done by manufacturers. Like if you want to test 2 size system, You know, we do have those respirators, for example, the one that I showed you, the elastometric, which it can go as small, medium, or medium large. Then the samples or the subject will be sampled for testing, it will be 29. If you want to test 3 size, small, medium, or large respirator, the number will increase to 36. So this information is important for manufacturers that if they want to test their products, knowing that if they meet the requirements of this subject, their products are likely to fit more than 95% of the user population. So in conclusion, as NIOH and Chinese respirator fit test panel, which are currently used to test our respirator, they do not represent the Black South African respirator users. Because we found that Black South African faces appear to be narrower than Chinese faces and shorter in length than American faces. So the new Black South African bivariate panel included over 97% of the population. So future studies should evaluate the effectiveness of this new panel. And we hope it can also check the applicability to the broader SA user population. Remember, the NIOH one they've done for the country and the Chinese one is for the country, but this one is for Black South African. So we're still not sure if it's going to be representative of the other population groups. So those can be future studies. And what I want to leave you with in terms of the conclusion being an occupational hygienist is that respirator protective equipment should be used with other control options. And where feasible, consider high-level interventions such as engineering controls because there are so many limitations. And if you provide respiratory protective equipment without them fitting the population, you are creating a false sense of protection in a workplace, and people are going to be provided with products which are suitable in terms of the purpose, but they are not fitting the workers. Therefore, people are going to get sick in a workplace while they are wearing the products which are good in terms of the purpose. The policy implication here, we hope and believe that various agencies, including researchers and everyone, will have access to this panel and really use the panel for future studies or even the respiratory design and testing. And lastly, respiratory designed and tested using the new panel, we believe they will positively influence the desired fit of the user population, because now we are aware that with the past studies that we have done, about more than 70% of the people who we have done the fit testing, they are not protected with the respirators that has been issued to them. So I would like to acknowledge the following people, and for more information, please feel free to touch base with us. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Melita.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have one question for you in the Q&A box. The question is there a reason why the study or the fit test is done solely on Black South Africans by VUSI? You can take that.
Okay, so this is not fit testing. This is what developing the panel that will be used that will influence the design and testing of the respirator. So I've explained in my background that I have decided to choose one population group so that I have a manageable sample and a representative sample. And then there was no harm that I do it for 4. We know that in South Africa, there are 4 population groups, but I'm sure I was not going to finish the study even in 10 years' time. So now I'm confident that with the representative sample size that I have covered, and I can be confident with the findings looking at one population group. It was a matter of selecting one population group, and my additional rationale was most Black people are not really included in many of these respirator fit test panel studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Peggy Duba, your hand is up. Do you have a question? It's been up for quite some time. In the chat box, Don is addressing the question that was posed to him. Anna, please address Huitemang's question in the chat box. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Peggy, is your hand up or not? I think that's it, Dr. Janeth. So
Thank you.
I'll now hand over to Dr. Gomba to finalize the oral presentations. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm not sure if my video is showing.
Yeah, it's just that your picture is a bit dark, and then there's not much light on you. But yeah, carry on.
Maybe I can just switch off the video.
And Peggy Duba will probably have to close her microphone, Dr. Nancy's, because I
is
think we've
that?
moved on.
Okay. Am I waiting for someone, Ashra? Or should I proceed?
Yes. So the
I can
first
proceed.
presenter is Dr. Kasimbi,
Okay,
and
I can proceed.
she's asked for the recording. So can I proceed?
Yes. Okay, let me just introduce while you upload that. Very good afternoon to you, colleagues, once again. My name is Nancy Gomba. I'm a senior research scientist in waterborne pathogens at NIOH. I am your host and chair for this session, and I'm highly honored to guide us through the next 4 exciting presentations lined up for this hour, coming from across even other regions. Our first presenter for the session is Dr. Kasimbi Pauline Hayumbu. She will be sharing her research findings on lead exposure in a copper mining company in Zambia. So yes, Ashraf, you can proceed to share the presentation.
Good day. My name is Pauline. I will be presenting an abstract on occupational lead exposure among lead handlers at a copper mining company in Zambia. This is the outline of the presentation. Just to give some background, anthropogenic activities in the form of mining have been known to be responsible for the release of toxic metals into the environment. Various media get contaminated in the process, such as air, water, among others. And then human beings come in contact with these metals, and through ingestion, inhalation, dermal contact, and other minor routes, these chemicals would be ingested or become part of the human body by assimilation into the blood and get further distributed to various organs or organ systems and present eventually as disease. And depending on the particular host factors, there's a whole spectrum of how the morbidity and even mortality that may be observed. This image, in the context of exposure science, aims to further characterize the processes involved as this chemical moves from this environmental media, be it air or passing through the skin or being incidentally or deliberately ingested. And of concern also is the personal activities, the use of protective equipment or personal behavior that, among other controls, could be used to intercept the process of uptake of these toxins. Lead is a toxin of interest, and this diagram illustrates the spectrum of negative adverse effects that could be observed in humans. As low as 10 micrograms per deciliter has been reported to cause hypertension. And by the time you have 150 micrograms per deciliter, you have death. So the World Health Organization recognizes lead as a chemical of public health concern, major public health concern. And in our setting in Zambia, literature regarding lead exposure is scanty, particularly in the occupational context. And that was the aim of the study, to characterize this type of exposure by doing assessment in a copper mine, because lead is used in the refinery process of copper. And relevant authorities both in South Africa and Zambia approved the study. The objectives were therefore to assess in personal environment lead air, as well as in the room, the amount of lead in air, as well as dermal lead contamination with the corresponding surface contamination with lead dust. And finally, also determine the amount of lead that was in the blood of these lead handling workers in the mine, and also to characterize the health risk following lead exposure. So this was a study that used both historical data and current cross-sectional data, and as many as the lead handlers of the company were available, those were included in the study, so it was as many as were available. And the sample sizes for the different samples that were collected are listed here. For the medical records, since the company has been doing medical surveillance for lead in blood since 2006, we had access to those records and then collected some samples also at the time. And then for Palmer wipes, we did wiping with lead dust wipes at the end of their working activity in pounds for the workers. And then also some areas anticipated to be contaminated with lead were also wiped. And then additionally, there was also air sampling using air filters during the normal working hours, as well as for certain places in the rooms. And then finally, the samples were processed and we did statistical analysis, as well as used international standards to confirm exceedance or adherence to the prescribed limits for lead exposure. And when it came to ingestional exposure, we used our dermal wipe concentration findings to extrapolate estimated ingestional exposure. So this image just highlights or illustrates some of the activities that were conducted to collect the data. Now for our results, all our participants were male and their mean age was 41 years. The exposure duration was not normally distributed. The median duration was 10 years. And then for participant demographics and also factors known to confound lead exposure, we did chi-square tests and the findings were not significant. And then for personal and room lead and airtime weighted averages, the adopted reference standards were not in exceedance except for one finding, as is highlighted in the following slide. And then for dermal and ingestion, we do not have available reference standards to measure against. And then for blood in lead, there was a minor exceedance for our adopted recommended value. And in particular, 59%, a large proportion of our samples collected exceeded this value. So this shows how many samples were area samples and others, how much of our air samples were personal breathing zone samples, and the only sample that exceeded both the action level and the permissible exposure limit was a reading of 96, which could be considered an outlier. And then this Violin plot or chart illustrates our wipe findings. So we see that blanks, of course, were not contaminated, but for dermal, is a cluster very close to zero, illustrating minimal contamination of the workers' hands during work, but much of the contamination was observed in the surface was particularly in the lab. So this table helps to understand what it means to have a certain amount of lead in blood. Meaning hovered around the value of 11 micrograms per deciliter, both for current and when we include the historical values. But we see that for an average adult in the US as of 2018, the mean blood lead was reported or observed to be 0.855, that's less than 1. And then the ABLES program by the CDC advocates a value of no more than 5 micrograms per deciliter in human beings, but we see that the occupational limits have a very high threshold of as far as 50 to 60 before you can take action. And then for health risk assessment, we use the United States Environmental Protection Agency formula to calculate the chronic daily intake, the hazard quotient, and the carcinogenic risk. The latter two findings were unremarkable, but for the chronic daily intake, we noted that the most contributing pathway was inhalation. These findings confirm that there's indeed lead being taken in by the workers as they go about their work in the mine, and consistent with literature, inhalation proves to be the highest route of entry, and then dermal being the least. And then for blood, even though we're not in exceedance of the occupational exposure suspension level, we are in exceedance of a number of limits that have been advocated by various organizations. And this simultaneous assessment of internal and external lead exposure confirms that this scenario illustrates how lead is entering these bodies, and this is unsafe. And since we know what seems to be the most contributing pathway, hopefully we could design strategies and interventions to prevent further exposure. These are some of our references. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nancy. That presentation is done.
Sorry about that. I think my computer's got a virus or something. Thank you, Dr. Pauline, for your presentation. I don't see any questions in the Q&A, and I don't see any hands raised for now, but we'll keep a look on the Q&A chat box for questions that may be raised. Our next presenter is Nomsa Mahlangu. Nomsa Mahlangu will be presenting on microbiological contaminants in treated municipal wastewater, also known as sewage, for non-potable reuse. It's Nomsa sharing or live? Yes, okay. I can see your presentation, Nomsa, if you can put it on slide mode.
Is it on slide mode now, Dr. Nancy?
Yes, it is. Thank you. You can proceed, Nomsa.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Nancy, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nomsa Mahlangu. The title of my research project is Potential Health Risk of Occupational Exposure to Microbiological Contaminants in Recycled Water Destined for Non-Potable Reuse. Recycled water is municipal wastewater, also known as sewage, that has been treated at conventional municipal wastewater treatment plant to quality standards that comply with environmental regulations. As water scarcity becomes an increasing concern globally, the use of recycled water for non-potable purposes such as irrigation is gaining traction. Despite treatment, recycled water can still contain pathogens like certain strains of E. coli and Legionella species, posing health risks to all end users involved in handling the water. Workers involved in handling the recycled water are at risk of exposure to contaminants through aerosols, skin contact, and accidental ingestion. These exposures can lead to mild or severe illnesses, especially for immunocompromised individuals. So, to protect workers' health, effective measures should be implemented in accordance with the hierarchy of control. The aim of this study was to evaluate the potential health risks associated with occupational exposure to biological contaminants in recycled water for non-potable reuse. The specific objectives of the study are to evaluate the general microbiological quality of recycled water for non-potable reuse, to determine the presence and fate of specific bacterial pathogens from discharge point to point of use, and to determine fitness for use of recycled water for non-potable reuse. An exploratory study was conducted in the city of Tshwane municipality at 4 wastewater treatment plants, where wastewater is treated before discharged into the environment, and at 1 site where recycled water is used for irrigating instant lawn and bean seed. Over a 12-month period, 503 water samples were collected through weekly sampling. Water samples were transported on ice and processed within 24 hours to maintain sample integrity and prevent microbial changes. Grab samples were collected from discharge points, storage ponds, storage tanks, and point of use. Site photographs will be presented in the upcoming slides. For wastewater treatment plant A, this picture shows the effluent sampling point and pump station, which supplies treated effluent for various non-potable purposes. This includes irrigation and high-pressure cleaning of equipment within the plant. Here, we have wastewater treatment plant B. The picture shows the effluent sampling point, the corrective pond, and taps, where treated effluent is used. The applications are similar to those at wastewater treatment plant A. Moving on to the reuse site C, the picture shows the pond, which serves as the point of entry for treated effluent from wastewater treatment plant B. This effluent is used for irrigating instant lawn and bean seed. For wastewater treatment plant D, we have similar setup to wastewater treatment plant A, with the effluent sampling point and pump station. Lastly, at wastewater treatment plant E, we see the effluent sampling point, pump station, and the taps. The treated effluent is again used for irrigation and high pressure cleaning of equipment within the plant as with the previous sites. This consistent approaches across the different sites shows the versatility and value of reusing treated effluent for various purposes. Here, we use 3 rapid tests to detect microbial contaminants in water samples. The Colilet 18 test detects total coliforms and E. coli. If the wells turn yellow, that indicates total coliforms. And if they also fluoresce, that confirms E. coli. With the Enterolet E test, it detects the presence of Enterococcus species with fluorescent well indicating positive results. And the Legionella test detects Legionella pneumophila, whereby brown or turbid wells indicate positive results. From collected samples, BPW was used as a pre-enriched medium to allow any present salmonella to recover and multiply. Following this, a measured aliquot of the pre-enriched samples was transferred to RVS broth for selective salmonella enrichment. Then the enriched samples were then streaked on XLD agar, where salmonella species appeared as red colonies with black centers. Once detected, the samples were stored for further testing. After storage, salmonella was confirmed through streaking onto DCA agar. Pure colonies were subcultured on Mueller-Hinton agar to facilitate the DNA extraction and Vitek2 system. The DNA extraction was carried out using the lysis by boiling method, and the DNA concentrations were quantified using the qubit fluorometer. Multiplex PCR followed by gel electrophoresis revealed expected bands. The presence of salmonella isolates was confirmed using the Vitek2 system. For long-term storage, remaining pure colonies were preserved in LB broth with 50% sterile glycerol at -80 degrees. All count data will be log transformed before analysis to normalize the data distribution. Statistical analysis software will be used for processing and analyzing the data set. Data for the microbial concentrations will be separated into the different sampling sites and subjected to ANOVA to examine the difference in microbial quality of the sampling area. Descriptive statistics will be used to calculate the prevalence rates and diversity across samples. From June to August 2023, wastewater treatment plant A sorry about that. During the period of June to August 2023, we observed high microbial concentrations at the discharge point and lower concentrations at the point of use. This trend could be attributed to natural dilution and the distance between the 2 points. So according to the Department of Water Affairs and Forestry guidelines, the acceptable total coliform levels in non-potable water is 100 mpn per 100 ml, which correspond to a log of 2. And for E. coli, it is below 20 mpn per 100 ml, which correspond to a log of 1.3. In April to May 2024, microbial concentration increased due to the plant running out of chlorine, a critical disinfectant. During June to August 2023, we consistently saw high microbial concentrations, which were attributed to operational inefficiencies. And then by April to May 2024, there was a slight decrease in the concentrations, indicating some improvement in treatment processes. However, this change was marginal, signaling that while adjustments were made, they were insufficient for a significant impact on overall microbial levels. For June to August 2023, we noted high microbial concentrations at this point, which was a result of already compromised water quality from wastewater treatment plant B. In April to May 2024, a slight increase in microbial levels were observed, worsening the water quality. This happened because the site continued to use the water stored in a pond supplied by wastewater treatment plant B. The stagnant conditions in the pond facilitated microbial growth due to a lack of movement. From June to August 2023, wastewater treatment plant D consistently exhibited high microbial concentration, signifying ineffective treatment caused by inadequate disinfection and operational inefficiencies, coupled with an increased microbial load. By April to May 2024, a slight decrease in concentrations suggested minor improvement in treatment processes. However, significant challenges remained, preventing full microbial control. And the last plant, which is wastewater treatment plant E, from June to August 2023, microbial concentrations remain consistently high, highlighting ongoing struggles in managing and reducing contamination. This was primarily due to frequent operational disruption, including power interruptions from cable theft. These interruptions impacted essential treatment processes such as aeration, disinfection, and mechanical operation, which led to untreated wastewater passing through the plant. This slide presents the results of an agarose gel electrophoresis for salmonella controls, displaying 7 lanes, each associated with a specific sample as outlined in the table to the right. Lane 1 contains molecular weight leather for size reference. Lane 2 to 6 include positive controls for salmonella, and we observe clear bands that aligned with the expected size. This confirms that the specific primers used for PCR successfully amplified the targeted salmonella gene. And the last lane, which is lane 7, serves as the negative control, and as anticipated, it showed no band, confirming that there was no contamination or non-specific amplification during the PCR processes. This slide displays the PCR results for various salmonella isolates analyzed on the agarose gel and is organized into 2 panels, the top one and the bottom one. Lane 1 in both panels contain the molecular weight leather, which serves as a reference for estimating the size of the PCR product. Lane 2 and 3 are the DNA extraction negative and PCR negative controls, confirming the absence of contamination and non-specific amplification. Lane 4, 12, and 20 serves as salmonella positive, verifying that the PCR successfully amplified the targeted genes. So the highlighted lanes in both panels show suspected salmonella positive samples based on the initial gel analysis. In total, 36 samples showed bands at the expected amplicon size. For further confirmation and antimicrobial susceptibility tests, they were analyzed using Vitek 2 system. And it revealed that out of 36 samples, 6 of them were actually Citrobacter species and not Salmonella. The same analysis and conclusions outlined for this gel also applied to the results shown in slide 24 and 25, where additional samples were run using different gels. This table summarizes the antimicrobial susceptibility results for the bacterial isolates tested against 19 different antibiotics, which belongs to various antibiotic classes, as shown in the table. The table shows whether bacterial isolates are resistant, intermediate, or susceptible to different antibiotics, represented by color-coded blocks: purple for resistant, green for susceptibility, and blue for intermediate. The top row lists the antibiotic tested, such as cephalosporins, highlighted in orange color, which are often first-line treatment in the hospital, especially for systemic infections or multi-drug resistant strains, and are also common for testing gram-negative bacteria such as Salmonella, which suggests that these antibiotics may not be as effective for treating these infections in this context. This poses a challenge, as these cephalosporins are often the go-to treatment for such infection. The noticeable trends that were observed, several rows where the isolate show resistance across multiple antibiotics are denoted with R. In some cases, you'll notice that certain isolates were susceptible to almost all tested antibiotics as marked by a green color. Blue blocks for intermediate indicate that some isolates show an intermediate response to the antibiotic, suggesting partial effectiveness. Other antibiotics, such as amoxicillin, also seem to have varying levels of resistance, indicating that this may not be universally effective for treating these isolates. The carbapenems show susceptibility in certain cases, but often reserved for more severe or resistant infections due to their broad spectrum activity. And the colistin is considered a last resort antibiotic for treating multi-drug resistant salmonella and other gram-negative infections, but it is often reserved for bacteria that are resistant to most antibiotics and other resistant strains. Looking at the table, other isolates show susceptible to colistin, which means it can still be effective, but its use should be restricted to avoid resistant development. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the following individuals and organizations for their invaluable support throughout my research. My supervisors, Dr. Gomba, Prof. Barnard, and Prof. Sim, thank you for your continuous guidance. And Dr. Lee and Sabelo Tabete from the Water and Health Research Center, your assistance with the lab work was greatly appreciated. And with WRC, thank you for funding this research and supporting my academic journey. And a special thanks to Adao Pilankulu and Goodness Ndlovu for their assistance with sample collection, and to NIOH and NHLS for providing office space and laboratory facilities. Not to forget UJ, I am grateful for the opportunity to further my studies. And the wastewater treatment plant facilities, thank you for your cooperation and support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nomsa, for that very interesting presentation. I don't know if it will be seen as favoritism. I will not be asking questions and not clapping hands, but yeah, well done. That was very interesting. I don't see any questions in the Q&A box. However, we have hands for Malabina Motsane and Bulelwa Gafu. Okay, yes, they still have their hands up. And also Itabeleng of Pain. I'm not sure if colleagues, you have got questions for the previous presenter, or especially for Itabeleng. I saw your hand just raised up now. Yes, I don't see any response in the chat box from Malebina and Bulelwa indicating whether they have questions. Or would you like to speak, Ashraf? I'm not sure. Maybe we can unmute them.
If their microphones are activated, I'm not sure if they do have questions. So there's Malibina, Bulelwa, and Itableng. Yeah, I think once you just give them a few seconds, if they don't respond, then we can proceed.
No, I don't see any response. Malibina, Bulelwa, and Itableng. Well, you can post your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you. Okay, so moving forward, we have Dr. Puleng Matatiele, who will discuss a technical but equally important aspect of occupational health. That's method validation for detecting and quantifying airborne ammonia. Dr. Matatiele, the floor is yours. Yes, I see your slides. Can you please put them in slide mode? Perfect. Yes, you can proceed, Dr. Matatiele.
Thank you, Nonsi. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Oh, thank you. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Pule Matatiele. Please excuse my rough voice. I'm still recovering from the flu. So the work I'm presenting today was done by one of the medical scientists intern in analytical service here at NIOH. Her name is Andani Ndwambi. She has since successfully completed her training and moved on, hence why I'm presenting the work. So the title of the presentation is Method Validation for Spectrophotometric Quantification of Airborne Ammonia in the Assessment of Occupational Exposure to Ammonia. Ammonia, with the chemical formula NH3, is a colorless gas with a distinctive pungent odor. Ammonia is also an important source of nitrogen for animals and plants. It plays a key component of many biomolecules such as DNA, proteins, and chlorophyll. Hence, it forms part of the nitrogen cycle. Ammonia can be naturally produced by bacteria, as well as being released during decomposition of organic matter. Ammonia can also be produced on an industrial scale, where more than 85% of the produced ammonia is used in agriculture to make chemical fertilizer. The rest is used in the production of refrigerant gas, explosives, plastics, pesticides, dyes, textiles, pharmaceuticals, as well as in the purification of water supplies. Unfortunately, ammonia is a toxic gas, and exposure to sufficient quantities can be fatal. These are some of the health effects of ammonia. When concentrated, ammonia is corrosive to the skin and other tissues upon contact. Upon chronic inhalation, it can cause lung inflammation and pulmonary fibrosis. Therefore, ammonia is classified as a hazardous chemical. And according to Occupational Health and Safety Act of 1993 and the Hazardous Chemical Agents Regulation of 2021, workplaces handling ammonia should be monitored to assess the health implications associated with possible exposure. The occupational exposure limits in South Africa are set as follows. The time-weighted average for an 8-hour work shift is set at 50 parts per million, whereas the short-term exposure limit not to be exceeded during any 15-minute work period is set at 70 parts per million. As I've already stated, the law states that ammonia exposure should be monitored in workplaces where ammonia is produced or generated as a byproduct. For example, municipal wastewater treatment plants or livestock rooms. Even in workplaces where ammonia is used in the production of other industrial products. Sorry. However, the challenge is that there are no affordable and cost-effective laboratory methods for ammonia analysis, because the most existing developed methods use expensive techniques that require expensive consumables and highly skilled personnel. These are examples of some commonly used ammonia detection methods. As I've already indicated, some of them use highly sophisticated equipment that is expensive and requires highly skilled personnel. The simplest methods are colorimetric methods. These are two examples of them. This method, the Nessler reagent, those simple and cost-effective. Unfortunately, it uses a mercury compound. And as we all know, mercury is toxic, and it's not wise to be handling such a toxic compound routinely. Hence, our method of choice became this other colorimetric method, which uses indophenol blue reaction. The principle of the indophenol blue reaction is that the ammonia that reacts with sulfuric acid to form ammonium sulfate. Ammonium sulfate dissolves in water to release ammonium ions. The ammonium ions react with sodium hypochlorite in the presence of phenol and sodium nitroprusside as a catalyst. Then this forms indophenol blue. Indophenol blue, so formed, is equivalent to ammonia concentration, and this can be measured using a UV spectrophotometer at a wavelength of 630 nanometers. So the aim of our study was to validate a simple in-house method based on the US National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOH 6015 method for quantification of airborne ammonia using UV spectrophotometer, which is based on the indophenol blue reaction. The purpose of the validation is to prove that the analytical procedure is suitable for its intended use by establishing the method performance characteristics and limitations as per SANA's document TR26. The results obtained during this process are then used to judge the quality, reliability, and consistency of the specific analytical procedure. Following successful validation, the method will then be incorporated into the current test scope of analytical service laboratory for routine quantification of airborne ammonia. The validation was completed following evaluation of this 11 method performance characteristics. The materials and method. The method was validated according to several standard operating procedures stated here. And these are the main reagents that are used. The equipment is mainly the Agilent Carry 60 UV spectrophotometer, where we use semi-micro cuvettes and silica gel glass tubes where ammonia is captured. The method starts with a preparation of stock solutions, followed by preparation of standards and calibration standards from the stock solutions. Then internal quality controls, both the QC1 at lower concentration and QC at a higher concentration. Then follows the sample preparation, where the samples are dissolved from the solvent tubes and the pH of the sample is adjusted to 6.5 using sodium hydroxide. The pH of the samples, of all samples, is adjusted. The samples include all samples, IQC, and standards. and the blank serves as a negative control. Then all samples are transferred to semi-micro cuvettes, and absorbance is then measured on the spectrophotometer set at 630 nanometers, as I've already indicated. Then follows a calculations of these indicated parameters here based on the data obtained here. Data analysis is where these parameters, the calculated values, are compared to the acceptance criteria. This is the calibration curve obtained, where you can see linearity between the lowest and the highest standard for the analytical range of ammonia was 0.42 to 5 micrograms per milliliter. The lowest calibration point, which was 0.42 micrograms per mil, was then assigned to be the lowest, the limit of quantitation. Whereas the lowest detectable point was found to be 0.02 micrograms per mil, and this was assigned to be the lowest, the limit of detection for this method on this instrument. This table is a summary of the results obtained. Sorry. As you can see in this column is the 11 method performance characteristics I mentioned. In this column is how the data was used to calculate the different parameters I also indicated, and the acceptance criteria according to the Alimentary Codex. And these are the results. Example being the repeatability within run precision, where according to the results, percentage CV was for QC1 was 3.56, QC2 was 5%, and according to the acceptance criteria, both values should be less than 20%. And for repeatability, each calculated SD must be less than 2.8 multiplied by SD, and both were found to meet this criteria for both QC1 and QC2. So this table is basically a summary of all the results that were obtained following the calculations. In general, the results are that the limit of quantitation was found to be 0.42 micrograms per mil with a coefficient variable of that is greater than 0.99. And the analytical range on this instrument for ammonia was 0.42 to 5 micrograms per mil. The measurement uncertainty was found to be 17.88% at 95% confidence interval. And the method recovery percentage was found to be above 90%. The method was also observed to have some limitations, where performance can be negatively affected in the presence of some of these interferences. Those interferences were found to be ions of iron, chromium, manganese, and copper. Presence of ammonia in the water used, as well as presence of ammonia on the glassware or other sample processing apparatus, can also exaggerate the amount of ammonia detected. Also, presence of ammonium salts from elsewhere would also exaggerate the amount of ammonia detected. Hence, prior to doing the method, it has to be ensured that these interferences are not present or at least minimized to a negligible point. In conclusion, the method performance characteristics were found to be acceptable, and the method was also found to be simple, time and cost effective. And based on the validation results and the calculated figures of merit, this method is deemed suitable for routine analysis of ammonia absorbed on the silica gel class solvent tubes. And it will therefore be incorporated into the testing scope of analytical services for routine quantification of airborne ammonia analysis. These are my references. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matatiele, for the presentation. I don't see questions in the Q&A, and I don't see any hands raised for you. I just have a question for you, Puleng. Wanted to ask, considering the limitations, for example, one, you mentioned the presence of ammonia in some containers or something bottles.
Yes.
Yes. Would you then recommend, or do you train someone says they want to have this test done for them, for their facility? Do you go out to sample, or you train the people at the facility to sample, and then they can bring the sample to NIOH? That's my question.
We do not do sample collection. However, we can advise if someone wants to collect the samples. We can recommend a method. The NIOH method does recommend, I guess they do have method of sample collection as to how to do the sample collection properly. Regarding those interferences, I guess those are responsibility of the lab when we do analysis to ensure that the water is ammonia free, all the classware and sample processing apparatus are free from all those interferences.
Okay. Thank you so much, Puleng, for taking my question, and once again for a very interesting presentation. Thank you. You can unshare so that we can have our next, last but certainly not least, presenter. We have Thulani Moyane sharing findings on a cross-sectional study on food security among informal waste pickers in Johannesburg. This is quite a unique study. Looking at the presentations that have been done so far, it's interesting in the sense that it's an interplay between occupational health and socioeconomic factors, particularly or specifically food security or food insecurity. Thulani, we look forward to your insights. Dr. Puleng, if you can unshare, we're still seeing your screen. Thank you. Yes.
Good day, everyone. Can everyone see my screen?
I can see your screen. You can put it in slideshow.
Is it in slideshow?
Yes, perfect. You can go ahead, Thulani. Thank you.
All right, good. Thank you. Good day, everyone. I'll be sharing my findings on food security status among informal waste pickers in Johannesburg, South Africa. This is a 2018 study. It's a cross-sectional study. So the scarcity of job opportunities most of the time, in most cases, is driving people to look at some form of surviving, such as waste picking. Currently, we have 125,000 people who are engaged in waste picking. And then though it's kind of unique job, they are facing significant challenges in maintaining food security due insufficient income. Globally, malnutrition kills about 300,000 people per annum. So if we're looking at the aims of the study is to describe food insecurity and determine the factors associated with waste picking in the Johannesburg city. Objective is to describe the demographic characteristics of the waste pickers, to describe the prevalence of food insecurity in formal waste pickers, and then to determine the factors that are associated with food insecurity. So when we move to the problem statement, we know that malnutrition contribute to the worsening of some chronic diseases such as TB, malaria, HIV, and other associated NCDs such as cancer. So an estimated 795 million people are food insecure worldwide. Looking at when you are zooming in South Africa, we have our own sustainable development goal. That is, we have the NDP. We currently have the school nutrition program. We have the social protection and food assistance. These programs aimed to end hunger. As we know that we have the development goal, the developmental goal of number 2 to end hunger by 2030. So the study design, this is the cross-sectional study design using secondary data collected by the National Institute for Occupational Health titled Health and Healthcare Access of Landfill Waste Pickers in Johannesburg. It was collected 2018. So the study settings, the main research was carried out in 2 major landfills in Johannesburg. One of these sites is located western part of the city, hosting approximately 600 waste pickers. The other one is located on the southern side. There are 3,000 waste pickers working there. So this is roughly the map of the landfill, the 2 sites that where the data was collected. So the study population, the study included 360 waste pickers, and we used the Community Childhood Hunger Identification Project questionnaire to measure food insecurity. So food insecurity variable was recorded to create a binary outcome of yes or no. A total score that ranges from 1 to 8 was computed. Food insecurity dependent variable was analyzed using the score from the community from the SCCHIP questionnaire, which measures the food insecurity of the waste pickers. A score of 1 or more yeses respond from the 8 questionnaire indicate household or individual that is food insecure. A total score of 8 food insecurity questions was converted into a percentage ranging from 0 to 100. So this is my questionnaire, our questionnaire that we're using as to evaluate the food insecurity. So data analysis, Stativersion 18 statistical software was used. Descriptive statistics was used to describe the characteristics of the study participants. Logistic regression was used to determine the factors associated with food insecurity among the waste pickers. So the primary study sought ethics approval from the Human Resource Ethics Committee of the University of Witwatersrand. The current study have sought ethics approval from the Faculty of Health Sciences Research Ethics Committee from the University of Pretoria. So this is my demographic characteristics of the waste pickers. The majority of them were males. Then we have the age group that was dominating, the middle age group from 29 to 39. that was dominating. Then the level of education, most of them have secondary education, current smoker, most of them are smoking, fuel, most of them, they use electricity. As we look into hypertension, few of them have hypertension, and at least of them, they are not, most of them, they are not receiving any grants of whatsoever. So our study find that the 55% of the population were food insecure. If we run the logistic regression, we find that the factors associated with food insecurity, it's being a female, it's statistical significant, and another factor being a smoker, statistical significant, and another factor cooking with paraffin was associated with food insecurity. Another number of people in the household, if some individual who are more than 4, you will find that it does have a factor on food security. So having hypertension, and then the last one is receiving grants. Or receiving grants was some form of a protective factor for the waste speakers. So the findings, males constituted large number of percentage of the waste, because this is in line with the global studies and studies that were being conducted before, that waste speakers, majority of them are males. The current food security of 55%, it shows that it's large, since the current indication of Statistics South Africa on food security, it's around 20%. So it's larger than the general population of food security. So as I was presenting the logistic regression findings, being females, smoking cigarettes, using paraffin, large family size, receiving grant. So maybe being female, it's experience with it's associated with not having enough strength to compete with your counterparts. So maybe it does contribute. And if you are a mother or a female, you tend to look after other family members as compared to men. And then smoking, it was documented that smoking reduces financial resources that are available to purchase foods, hence it is associated. Even paraffin is associated, with informal settling. Most of them, they are staying there, so it's likely that they are not having enough resources or financial resources to buy or to purchase food. So large family size, we know that the larger the family size, the more the likely the family to run out of food. So receiving grant, as I was saying, it lowers the prevalence of food insecurity. So the limitation of the study, the results may not be generalizable to entire South African population. The primary study was conducted only on 2 landfill sites. Convenient sampling methods may not accurately represent the entire waste picker community. The use of self-reported questionnaire on food security aspect could be influenced by bias. Due to the cross-sectional design of the study, it is difficult to establish causality between food insecurity and their associated risk factors. A take-home message: more than half of the waste speakers experience food insecurity in Johannesburg. Factors such as being female, smoking cigarette, using paraffin, more than 3 people living in one household, it's associated with food insecurity. So our recommendation, grants must be maintained to assist larger households among the waste speakers, health education and promotion on effect of smoking cigarettes, formalize waste picking as a formal job to reduce middlemen at work so that women can earn as much as men, smoking cessation programs, as I've already indicated, further research is needed to identify additional factors contributing to food insecurity of the waste pickers. This is my reference. I would like to thank my supervisors and National Institute for Occupational Health, South African Field Epidemiology Training Program, and the University of Pretoria. So this is just a picture that shows their daily struggle and more research being conducted, it can better their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thulani, for that some very compelling findings from your study. And that picture, the last picture I shared, very humbling indeed. I see we have 3 questions from Ines Becker. The first question is, what is the reason for them not receiving grant if they are unemployed? Thulani would like to take that one.
Okay, so the reason for not receiving grant. Remember, grant in some instances you may find that if this kind of work, you may find that they are foreign national because we didn't evaluate whether they are South African or they are foreign nationals. You may find that the majority of them, you may find that they are foreign nationals. So it's really it doesn't work on their favor in terms of getting a grant as required.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for that response. Yeah, it does make sense. The next question from Ines Becker is, why spend valuable money on smokes if not being able to buy food? I think it's a comment.
Well, I'm not sure. It might be a way of coping with whatever you are dealing with on a daily basis. So you tend to buy other things other than what it could really help you. So we really hence I was saying that maybe we need to explore more on what really triggers them to or to not to prioritize food items that will keep them going.
Okay, yes, maybe more deep in-depth studies.
Yes.
Yes, and then the last question from Ines Becker says, why spend money on, or it's the same one?
Oh, it's the same.
Why spend money on smokes if unable to buy food? Should one not educate about this issue? Okay, yes, that's a comment.
One of the recommendation was to help promotion of like educating of how smoking affects one health and one financial health, if I can put it like that way. It's really needed.
Yes, thank you so much, Thulani, for your presentation. I think I did see, I can't find the questions in the chat box, but yeah, we expected the questions in the Q&A box. I'm sure we have addressed all the questions. Yes, so yeah, that was the last presentation of oral presentation. So Ashraf, I hand back to you to conclude the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy, and thank you very much to all of the oral presenters. Very insightful and very useful information. And clearly people will be watching the space in terms of the ongoing processes there and the publications, I guess, that would come from it. Okay, so now we've reached the end of the first half or so first part of our day. Before we go to the lunch break, which is slightly a few minutes late, but the idea is to return at 1:45. I'm going to just play a video or two from our sponsors and share that with you. One moment.
Founded in 1945 and operating out of South Africa with our head office here in Cape Town, LASIK has been supporting customers both in South Africa and the rest of Africa with dependable laboratory and scientific solutions. We work across public and private healthcare, tertiary, research and manufacturing communities. Our open product and sales floor allow for easy collaboration between our teams, ensuring quick turnaround times on inquiries. Our support teams, IT, finance, marketing, tenders, and logistics are all centrally located here at our head office in Cape Town. Our facilities are fully outfitted with an independent filtered borehole water supply and power generators to ensure sustainability and independence. Additionally, we have installed a solar energy system to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and to do our bit for the environment. We have multiple collaborative spaces available. Our auditorium is the perfect space for on-site workshops and seminars with customers or suppliers. Our demonstration rooms, both in Cape Town and Johannesburg, are fully equipped to host customers for a hands-on experience with our products. We have facilities to accommodate this whether you are troubleshooting and require our knowledge, or if there is a new instrument you are eager to try out. We collaborate closely with our partners and have over 8,000 square meters of warehousing capacity to ensure stock availability. Our supply chain is flexible enough to accommodate accelerated shipments while being designed to land stock at the best price. Our product teams keep an eye on the marketplace to spot potential patterns in demand, and then we forecast accordingly. Because our cold storage facilities are remotely monitored around the clock, we can respond quickly if a problem occurs. Our 24 service engineers and technicians have extensive training and credentials. 3 of our engineers are NSF 49 certified and have received the most advanced biological safety training. This enables our staff to test, maintain, and fix safety cabinets from all major brands in order to guarantee user safety. As a result of our ISO 17025 accreditation in volume, temperature, and mass metrology, we are able to calibrate pipettes, balances, and a variety of temperature instruments, including ovens, furnaces, and even ultra-low freezers. Our logistics department manages all our international shipments, both inbound and outbound. We can guarantee effective shipments across Africa thanks to the support of a cutting-edge supply chain management system in collaboration with reputable logistics service providers. Our goal at LASIK is to help our employees reach their full potential through facilitating higher learning. To date, we have helped 102 members of our LASIK family realize their aspirations for a better education. Our internship program, which we provide to young professionals with an interest in science, has mentored 54 South Africans, 26 of whom LASIK has hired on a permanent basis. An overview of our business units. Consumables. The accessibility of necessary everyday consumable goods is ensured by a sizable stockholding. When forecasting demand, we collaborate closely with our customers. We offer a variety of product levels depending on your demands for quality and pricing. Instruments. We deliver top-notch technology to end users at a reasonable price thanks to our experience, purchasing strength, and solid partnerships with manufacturers. We provide a large selection of instruments suitable for various lab settings. Along with preventative maintenance and servicing, we also provide installation, setup, and end-user training. Biotechnology. Our biotechnology portfolio offers full workflow solutions for both genomic and proteomic laboratories in various fields such as research, diagnostic, veterinary, and biopharma. Our instrument and consumable offerings include RNA, DNA, and protein purification, endpoint real-time and droplet digital PCR, imaging systems for Western blots and documenting gels, immunoassay and multiplex immunoassay systems, and external controls for accredited laboratories. Clinical. Our quickly growing range of clinical products addresses rapid and point-of-care solutions for accurate diagnosis. We offer surgical and medical equipment along with required consumables, including a wide range of oxygen support and delivery. Our suppliers and manufacturers are selected through a stringent onboarding process which ensures that our offering meets the highest quality standards. Sample collection. We collaborate with global funding partners to address the demand for sample collection across Africa, especially for the detection and monitoring of HIV viral loads. Here in Cape Town, our kit packing facility has an ISO 13485 accreditation. Additionally, we also pack sample collection kits for TB, HPV, and prepare private label kits in collaboration with our customers. These are 100% customizable. Furniture. Our team considers the application to ensure efficient productivity when designing, manufacturing, and installing fit-for-purpose customized lab furniture. Our product is locally produced and delivered flat packed throughout Africa, with installation supervised by our team to ensure the integrity of finishes. Education. For schools without access to labs, we produce mobile lab kits and other science supplies. By providing educator training, we ensure that these experiments will be conducted confidently and safely. IoT-enabled educational solutions, such as the LASIK App Mechanic and App Car kits, help students to learn about robotics and coding while also engaging them in real STEM applications. We have offices in all South African major city centres, as well as additional support in outlying areas. Our international team actively supports sub-Saharan Africa and even beyond the continent in other developing nations. Product managers that are part of our consumables, instrument, and biotechnology teams assist our sales teams and end users. These product managers have laboratory experience and have completed rigorous training programs with our manufacturing partners. Welcome to LASIK. Trust our experience.
That was the sponsors promotion video from LASIK, and we will now just do the final sponsors video. I'll be with you in a second.
Science starts here, and here, and here. You can find science here, and here, and here. But science is also here, 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 and here. The real question is, where can you not find science? We don't know. But what we do know is, you'll find us wherever you find science. Together, we impact life and health with science.
So thank you, everybody. We are going to take that well-deserved lunch break, and we'll all be back promptly at 13:45. That's 1:45. Thank you. Enjoy. Welcome back. It's 1:45, 13:45, just gone 46. And we are now going to commence with our second session, and that's the digital poster presentations chaired by Dr. Mohali and Dr. Masha. That's Monique Mohali and Dr. Florence Masha. So I'm going to ask my colleagues just to assume the chairs and do I think it's a two-stint process where Dr. Mohali is going to undertake the first, I think it's 5 or 6 digital poster presentations, and then the balance will be chaired by Dr. Florence Masha. Okay, colleagues, just to check, are we all back? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Over to you, Monique. Thank you very much for being available and agreeing to manage this session for us. I'll hand over to you. And just a reminder before I do, to all of our attendees, please, if you could use the Q&A box for your questions for our presenters, and then the chat box for any other admin-related matters. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Just a mic check. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Perfect.
Thank you very, very much. Good afternoon once again, and welcome back to the second session of the NIOH's Biennial Research Day. As mentioned by Ashraf, I am Dr. Monique Mohali, and I will be your host for the following session. Prior to commencing this next session, I would just like to acknowledge the NIOH's Executive Director, Professor Spo Khalamono, and I would also like to acknowledge and extend my sincerest gratitude to the chairperson of the Research Committee, Professor Nisha Naika, and her team for organizing this exceptional event. Their unwavering commitment to research that is aimed at perpetually enhancing the lives of workers is truly commendable. We will now be commencing with the first session of digital poster presentations. Presenters are encouraged to pay attention to the Q&A box in order to address any questions that might be directed towards their posters. And in addition to considering or reflecting upon any pertinent points, ideas, or concepts that ought to have been reflected or highlighted in their posters, provided we have time towards the end and they are called upon to respond. Just a note, if you are going to post a question for any of our presenters or any of our posters in the Q&A box, kindly quote the title of the poster or the name of the presenter so that during our 20-minute Q&A session, we will know who to direct your question to. So thank you so much. We will start with our first poster, which is from Ms. Millicent Mahohocha, who's looking at integrating hyperbranched polyglycerol with gadolinium iron nanoenzyme to achieve potent cascade superoxide dismutase catalyze activity for chemodynamic therapy. Thank you. Ashraf and team, could we please have the first poster up?
Apologies, I'll do that in a moment.
Thank you.
Creating hyperbranched polyglycerol with gadolinium. Good day, everyone. I'm Melissa Makogoja, and I'll be presenting a poster titled Integrating Hyperbranched Polyglycerol with Gadolinium Iron Nanozyme to Achieve Potent Cascade Superoxide Dismutase Catalase Activity for Chemodynamic Therapy. Artificial enzymes, also known as nanozymes, are emerging as alternative materials for catalytic applications in cancer therapy. These types of nanomaterials have intrinsic properties that mimic the biochemical reactions taking place in living systems. Despite their fascinating properties, challenges such as low catalytic activity, slow electron charge transfer, reduced reactive oxygen species still limit their clinical applications. To optimize their properties and improve catalytic reactions, several innovative strategies such as for trimetallation, surface engineering, and redox combination have been proposed. In this study, the use of an amphiphilic ligand was utilized to functionalize the surface of a bimetal nanozyme consisting of gadolinium and iron nanoparticles. An amphiphilic ligand, which is polyglycerol, was grafted onto the surface of the gadolinium iron nanozyme via a ring opening polymerization of glycerol monomer to obtain what is known as a hyperbranched polyglycerol loaded gadolinium iron nanozyme. Several solid-state techniques were utilized to characterize the nanozymes, and the results showed successfully grafting of the polymer onto the surface of the nanozymes. Besides, antioxidant and enzyme mimicking studies, including superoxide dismutase, catalase, and peroxide, showed increased scavenging of radicals by hyperbranched gadolinium iron nanozymes in a cascade manner compared to that without glycerol. In addition, in vitro studies revealed significant uptake and accumulation of the polyglycerol grafted gadolinium iron nanozymes and enhanced apoptotic induction within the MCF7 cells compared to the controls, thus highlighting the antioxidant scavenging potential of the polyglycerol loaded nanozymes. This work further demonstrates the utilization of functional polymers in enhancing the electron transfer efficiency of nanozymes for potential hemodynamic therapy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam, for sharing the truly incredible work that you have done. Again, to our audience, kindly be reminded to post any questions and or comments that you may have in our Q&A section below, remembering to quote either the name of the presenter or the title of the poster. We move on to our second poster now, which is from Dr. Temitope Olimoyiwa Ojo, which would be looking at the determinants of occupational injuries among bricklayers and carpenters in building construction, providing insights from a mixed method study conducted in Uson State, Nigeria.
So good morning, good day, everyone. I'm Temitope Ojo, and I'm presenting on behalf of the other co-authors, and I'm presenting this poster on determinants of occupational injuries among informal construction artisans in Osun State, Nigeria, a mixed method survey of carpenters and bricklayers. These are my affiliations, and the pictures below show the typical work setting of informal construction artisans in Nigeria. You can say that the workplace safety standards are not complied with. There are no PPEs. They're wearing normal home clothes and not and a lot of other issues. So by way of introduction, occupational injuries are personal injuries, deaths, or diseases that may be due to an occupational accident, and there are quite a number of these in the construction industry. Occupational injuries are a neglected public health problem with about 1,000 deaths occurring daily. And this is particularly true in developing countries where data is few and far between. And we know that the few studies existing on the continent, the prevalence of occupational injuries range from between 32% to about 57.9%. And the informal sector, which is a critical mass in terms of the economy in developing countries, is largely unregulated. There is usually poor oversight, and most persons who work as artisans or as craftsmen or workmen in this setting, especially in Nigeria, those who have just gone through apprenticeship and then are taking up jobs to do on their own, usually without any form of supervision. And the study objective was to determine the factors influencing occupational injuries among this group of artisans. For the methods We had a mixed method study, was sequential explanatory. There was this quantitative arm had 840 artisans studied equally, 420, 420. The focus group discussion, we had 12 sessions. The study instrument was a semi-structured questionnaire. We had the FGD guide, and data analysis was done as appropriate. Ethical approvals were obtained both from the district where the study held and also from the university, both at VETS and also at Ife in Nigeria. And for the results, how common are these injuries? Realized that the injury prevalence for bricklayers was lower than that of carpenters. 3 months prevalence was 39.9%. Injury in the last 1 month was 27%. And for carpenters also, they had higher injury prevalence at 51.8% in the last 3 months. And the last 1 month was 38.8%. For the regression analysis, we realized that younger age, was a significant predictor of the occurrence of injury. Those who had lower income, especially for bricklayers, were more likely to be injured than those who had above about $133 per day as at the time of this study. And the weight, mean handle, was also important. Those who had higher or heavier materials were also more likely to have injuries. And when it came to the qualitative, we realized that the the main themes that emerged were issues around substance use, work conditions, and then use of substandard materials. So, for instance, when it came to the issue of substance use, it says there was a quote that speaks to if you drink dry gin to work, when the effect of these substances begins, you lose balance, and it is possible to get injured in the process. And these quotes speak to all these themes. There are other sub-themes that speak to, for instance, personal factors, aging, also poor use of PPE or non-use, and then there are spirituality issues. And for spirituality issues, it meant that they believed that they could be enchanted and bring about injury as it were. And in conclusion, we realized that injuries are common among building artisans. Most artisans have never had any on-the-job training. It's one of the results we also got. A younger age, monthly income less than $133. Handling heavy weights were all associated with occasional injuries significantly. Also, personal factors, some personal factors and work conditions also underline injury causation. We recommended that there should be a co-design safety intervention to address this burden of injuries, and that is ongoing as part of this study. And optimize workplace control hazard and safe housekeeping practices. That's also ongoing. I've been training these artisans. And also a workplace safety policy for construction artisans should be drafted and adopted by the Ministry of Health. And this also is something we recommend, and of course, ensuring proper use of PPE. These are my references, and I acknowledge my sponsor, CATA, my university where I work, and also where I study. Thank you.
A big thank you to Dr. Ojo for sharing these insightful findings with us on this platform. Similarly, I'm going to request that you direct any questions that you may have for Dr. Ojo and his work in our Q&A box below, quoting either the title of his poster or his name. We will now move on to our third poster, which is by Dr. Kerry Wilson, which will be looking at the reported psychological stress and physical health symptoms among medical laboratory professionals following the COVID-19 pandemic conducted in South Africa in 2022. Thank you.
Mental health in medical laboratory workers following the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm Dr. Kerry Wilson, PI of the study, presenting work from my student, Danai Kwenda. Medical laboratory workers are healthcare workers and were essential services during COVID-19, as well as being exposed to specimens from COVID-19 patients. These are the results of a cross-sectional survey conducted in South Africa from August to November 2022. We used an anonymous self-administered online survey questionnaire which collected information on demographics, basic work information, frequency of work stress, and we used an adapted physical health questionnaire 15 which collects physical symptoms of stress. For our study, we had a low response rate of 7%, but this is not unusual in this population, and considering they were reporting increased workloads. We found that 47% of staff reported suffering from work stress most of the time, while only 15% reported suffering from home stress most of the time. 52% of staff reported symptoms consistent with somatization, physical symptoms of stress, and specifically trouble sleeping and tiredness were significantly associated with reported work stress. We then conducted a multiple linear regression for the two different measures of work stress to identify factors significantly associated with increased work stress. We found in those self-reporting work stress most of the time, we found that higher job levels, specifically laboratory managers, non-laboratory managers, and medical specialists were more likely to report increased work stress. And the Eastern Cape, Free State, and Northwest provinces were significantly more likely to report increased work stress. We then also found that those suffering a chronic disease and those reporting more work during COVID were also significantly more likely to report suffering work stress most of the time. For the physical health symptoms, we found that no job titles or provinces were significantly associated with physical symptoms, but those suffering chronic disease, work-related injuries, and previous COVID infections were significantly more likely to report physical symptoms. This is possibly due to both direct and indirect effects. Direct being the symptoms of the conditions being reported, and indirect the stress due to the conditions, perhaps causing physical symptoms. We've also found a strong, significant relationship between those whose work duties changed and reporting of physical symptoms. But interestingly, we found that older staff, 56 to 65 years old, were significantly less likely to report physical symptoms, and males were less likely to report physical symptoms. So in conclusion, we found that there was a large burden of psychological stress in medical laboratory workers during COVID. And this is an area that would require intervention in future pandemics or situations of change in work duties or increased workload. We also note that different factors were significantly associated with those reporting suffering work stress most of the time and those reporting suffering from physical symptoms of stress. This suggests that neither tool is ideal in identifying work stress in this worker population, and further work is needed to identify a tool that would be able to identify all staff suffering work stress. Thank you.
A big thank you to Dr. Kerry Wilson for highlighting a significant topic which impacts upon the well-being and ultimately the productivity of workers. Again, colleagues, kindly be reminded to post any questions that you might have for Dr. Wilson in our Q&A box, and we will address them during our Q&A session towards the end. There was a hand by Nonkululeko Ntuli. I am going to ask that you please hold on to your hand and then raise your hand again during our Q&A session when you will be able to direct your question to our presenters. Thank you very much. We will now be moving on to our fourth poster, which comes from Ms. Zubaida Kirsten, and it looks at assessing the risks of microbial exposure and associated infectious diseases among street reclaimers in Johannesburg. Pre- and post-training intervention studies were conducted. Thank you.
colleagues. My name is Zubaida Kirsten, and I am a researcher in the Immunology Microbiology Division of the NIOH. The title of my PhD study is Assessing the Risks of Microbial Exposure and Associated Infectious Diseases among Street Reclaimers in Johannesburg, pre- and post-training intervention study. In 2017, the informal sector in South Africa contributed an estimated 6% to the GDP, with 7.8 million people in informal employment. Efforts such as Policy 204 by the ILO aims to transition informal workers into the formal economy to enhance working conditions and safety. There are challenges which include inadequate awareness of workplace hazards, lack of medical surveillance, minimal health access, and social marginalization. The emergence of the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic further worsened the street reclaimers' vulnerabilities and widened their health and economic disparities. Studies conducted in South Africa have highlighted health risks of informal workers, particularly those working on landfill sites. However, there is still a significant gap in research regarding microbial exposure among street reclaimers in South Africa. It is crucial to distinguish street reclaimers from landfill reclaimers, as they have different exposures, such as mixed waste in urban areas versus recyclables from landfill sites or illegal dump sites. Studies that are lacking include assessments focusing on association between microbial exposures and infectious diseases among street reclaimers, evaluation of effectiveness of OHS training interventions in mitigating health risks. Therefore, this study aims to address these knowledge gaps by assessing the impact of basic OHS training on reducing microbial exposure and infectious diseases faced by street reclaimers in Johannesburg. The specific study objectives with regard to street reclaimers include to assess and quantify bacterial exposures, to determine the prevalence of respiratory and gastrointestinal infectious diseases, to identify factors influencing microbial exposures, to investigate the association between microbial exposures and infectious disease health outcomes, to evaluate the effectiveness of an OHS training intervention, and to develop evidence-based recommendations aimed at improving the OHS of street reclaimers in the informal urban settings. A prospective cross-sectional quantitative intervention study in 6 suburbs in Johannesburg will be done. The research sites chosen have varying social and economic differences which may influence the type of waste generated and impact the type and level of exposure. For the study, 355 registered street reclaimer participants will be required, and a control group of 355 street vendors, for example, barbers and shoemakers, who do not have direct contact with waste as the comparison group. Starter statistical package version 16 will be used to analyze the questionnaire and laboratory data. Descriptive analysis, chi-square tests, and logistic regression will be done. Data collection will be carried out in 2 phases, where phase 1 will include a pre-intervention assessment, followed by training intervention. Phase 2 will be the post-intervention assessment, which will occur 6 to 8 months after the intervention. Phase 1 will establish the baseline measurements before the training intervention, and phase 2 will determine whether the intervention resulted in any change in health outcomes. Whilst the training will only be done for the street reclaimers, the exposure and health assessments will be repeated in both groups to determine the effectiveness of the training and to ensure the findings are credible. Exposure measurements will include air sampling for endotoxin and beta-D glucan analysis, and hand swab sampling for micropathogens, S. typhi, S. aureus, and E. coli. Trained research assistants will administer a pre-intervention questionnaire and post-intervention questionnaire to participants. Point-of-care testing will be performed to determine lifestyle disorders such as diabetes and high blood pressure, as these may lead to severe infections in exposed individuals. The study will happen over 4 years. Funding and other calls or opportunities are currently being looked at. The study outcomes includes to assess bacterial exposure levels among street reclaimers and street vendors, to identify prevalent infectious diseases, to identify gaps in current precautionary measures, to assess changes in behavior and knowledge related to microbial exposure post-intervention, to develop an OHS training program tailored specifically for street reclaimers' needs, and 4 peer-reviewed publications from the study. My appreciation to my supervisors, Professor Tanusha Singh and Professor Nisha Naika, for their constant assistance and guidance on the study. Thank you.
Oh, wow, a big thank you to Ms. Kirsten for her insights on what is becoming a pertinent public health issue. Again, colleagues, please remember to direct any questions you may have for Ms. Kirsten to our Q&A box below. We will now be moving to our penultimate poster, which is from Ms. Munyadziwa Muvali, which looks at the impact of secondary exposure to pigeon antigens from residential small-scale animal husbandry, a hypersensitivity pneumonitis case. Thank you.
Good day all. The title of my poster is The Impact of Secondary Exposure to Pigeon Antigens from Residential Small-Scale Animal Husbandry, a hypersensitivity pneumonitis case. My name is Munyadziwa Mubari. Hypersensitivity pneumonitis is an interstitial lung disease triggered by chronic inhalation of antigens, many of which are encountered in occupational settings. Currently, over 300 occupationally relevant allergens are found in various industries. People that work in the food industry, agriculture, wood processing, metal industry, textile manufacturing, and construction are at highest risk. Avian antigens are one of the most common HP antigens, and they account for 66 to 68% of all HP types, with pigeon antigens being the most common cause. Antigens are derived from feather dust, droppings, and serum. Our case was a 56-year-old housewife that presented at an academic hospital respiratory clinic with progressive dyspnea and intermittent dry cough. She was a non-smoker with controlled hypertension. The patient's husband was a bed fancier at their residence since 1996. He mainly reared and trained pigeons, which are mainly doves, and African grey parrots. A medical and exposure history were taken. A physical examination was also done, along with chest x-rays, high-resolution computed tomography, and lung function tests. The patient's blood was analyzed for specific IgG to avian antigens. Clinical results suggested HP diagnosis. These findings were supported by elevated specific IgG to GE91 pigeon mix, which contains droppings, serum, and feathers, and GE93, which only contains pigeon serum. The patient's specific IgG concentrations were much higher than that of the unexposed controls. Additionally, the patient-specific IgG results, along with the results of the controls, were compared to the German national specific IgG reference ranges for pigeon antigens. Our controls fell within the 90% quantile, while the patient-specific IgG concentrations were higher than 100% of the German controls. These added findings confirmed HP diagnosis due to secondary pigeon exposure. The findings of this case underscore the importance of incorporating specific IgG testing to support HP diagnosis, which is crucial for effective disease and exposure management. The absence of universally accepted standards for HP diagnosis and the reliance on serum-specific IgG as a proxy for exposure history highlights the importance of region-specific reference ranges. The national reference ranges for IgG against common HP antigens need to be established in order to improve the use of specific IgG antigen testing in the diagnostic framework. This case highlights the importance of monitoring exposure within the growing cottage industry in South Africa in order to reduce exposure risks to humans, animals, and the environment. Thank you.
A big thank you to Ms. Novala for sharing her very interesting work with us. Again, colleagues, please direct your questions or comments that you may have for her to our Q&A box below. The final poster for the first digital poster session comes from Ms. Nokupiwe Madlala, and she will be looking at the occupational risk assessment of BTECs and their metabolites in petrol attendants and controls at baseline and post-intervention in central Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nokupiwe Madlala, and my presentation today is entitled Occupational Risk Assessment of BTECs and their Metabolites in Petrol Attendants and Controls at Baseline and Post-Intervention in Central Johannesburg, South Africa. BTECs, also known as benzene, toluene, ethyl benzene, and xylenes, are a group of organic volatile compounds, and because of their volatile nature, they tend to pollute the air and cause health problems such as headaches and abnormal respiratory disorders, just to name a few. Some of the major sources of BTECs exposure are cigarette smoking, as well as vehicle refueling and idling. And as a result, workers such as petrol attendants are at risk of BTECs exposure. Now, despite the reported dangers of these compounds, research on occupational exposure of petrol attendants in South Africa still remains quite limited. Therefore, this study will measure the BTECs and their metabolites in urine samples from petrol attendants and controls using two-dimensional GC time of flight mass spectrometry. We will also establish the carcinogenic and non-carcinogenic health risks faced by petrol attendants associated with BTECs exposure. We will also determine the differences in the levels of BTECs at petrol stations versus the occupational exposure limits that are already set. To achieve this, we will target a total of 200 participants, which will include petrol attendants and controls, whereby they will have to give consent to partake in the study, and thereafter they will fill questionnaires based on their lifestyle and work. From then, we will collect end-of-shift urine samples, which will be stored at -80 degrees until further analysis. To our previously frozen urine samples, they will be thawed to room temperature and they will be spiked with previously prepared standard solutions. And the extraction of our desired analytes will be conducted using headspace solid phase micro extraction due to the volatile nature. And then we will do the analysis using two-dimensional GC time of flight mass spectrometry. From the previous studies done in literature, as summarized first by Figure 1, conducted in a bus refueling station in Gauteng, these results show that BTECs levels are highest during peak hours, which correlates further, showing the elevated risk faced by petrol attendants. What Muller also did, or noted rather, was that the levels of benzene in the area were higher than the recommended levels set by international organizations, even though these were within the South African exposure limits. In a study that was done by Campbell in Italy, as shown in Table 1, shows that petrol attendants are exposed to elevated levels of BTEX compared to controls, which makes sense because of the nature of their work. And since the study was done by sampling ambient air BTEX as well as urinary BTEX, the results showed that there was a strong correlation between the two. The implications of conducting such a study, it means that this study will provide a comprehensive understanding on the occupational exposure of petrol attendants to BTEX. It will also determine whether petrol attendants in Johannesburg face any carcinogenic or non-carcinogenic health risks. This may also call for the revisitation of the South African occupational exposure limits as well as policy updates at petrol stations. These are some of the references that I used. And last but not least, I would like to thank my supervisors from INANOS and NIOH, and I would also like to acknowledge UNISA, NIOH as an institution, and NRF for the opportunity to pursue this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madala, for sharing this not only insightful but also important work that you have done with us. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings the first session of our digital poster presentations to a close. We will now be proceeding to a 20-minute question and answer session during which presenters will be granted an opportunity to respond to any questions that are arising from you, the audience. So we will also ask presenters, if provided we still have time left, to share any key insights or highlights from their work that they would like to just point out to us during this time. So I'm going to move to our Q&A box, and our first question is directed to Dr. Kerry Wilson. And the question comes from Dr. Kamuhelo Malahlela, which ask that on the slide where you showed the different graphs of the stressed groups, there were only two provinces represented, namely the Free State and the Northwest. So the question is whether or not data was only available for these two provinces. Dr. Kerry Wilson.
Hi. The graph showed the Eastern Cape and then Free State and Northwest. And the reason for this is because the Free State and Northwest are an NHLS region. So I looked at the data by NHLS region, but we had participants from all provinces across South Africa.
Thank you so much to Dr. Wilson for her response. Dr. Wilson, I think while we have you on the mic, I would like to just ask if you would like to, for about a minute and a half or 2 minutes, mention any key insights from the work that you have done that you would like to share with us during this time.
The key insights were really the prevalence of work stress amongst laboratory professionals in a large medical laboratory, and the need for a new culturally sensitive tool for looking at mental health in workers in South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson. Our next question is from Tapua Muhamba, which is directed at Munyaziwa Muvali. And the question is, how long does the SIGG stay positive following removal from exposure?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
In this case, the patient is still staying there, so the patient is still exposed, and this is because the breeding of these birds is actually taking place in her home, so it's not something that can easily be done. Usually previous studies show that based on how high the exposure was, usually after a year, that's when you start to see the decrease in the IgGs in the serum. But in her case, she's still highly exposed.
Is it? Okay, no. Thank you so much for your response, Ms. Mubali. While we have you on the mic, would you mind just sharing maybe for a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, any key insights that you would like to just mention or that you would like to reflect upon at this time?
Well, the keynote message from the case study was it actually highlighted the importance of specific IgG, especially with the diagnosis of hypersensitivity pneumonitis. The current framework, which remains debatable, doesn't really look into including specific IgG testing as part of the diagnostic framework, which has some studies have shown has been problematic because those individuals whom the particular antigen in which they are reacting to has been identified, they tend to have better prognosis, and therefore it's important to actually know what the antigen of interest is that's actually causing the disease. So I think the take-home message is to please, if hypersensitivity pneumonitis is suspected, then we should look at the patient's history along with looking into doing specific IgG testing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that response. I do not currently see any raised hands, but if you would like to ask a question live, please feel free to raise your hand. I do recall that earlier there was a hand that was raised, that we can maybe take 1 or 2 questions live. I do see a hand from Khotsimang Keretete. I am going to just ask you to unmute yourself and ask your question live, please.
Thank you very much. I was struggling to type my question. My internet kept on dropping. I have a question for Nokupiwa Madlala. Thank you for a lovely presentation. I resonate a lot with your, or I can relate quite a lot with your study because it's related to my master's study also on petrol attendants, but my focus was on DNA, which we extracted from the blood samples. So I just if you could expand on the exposure assessment method that you're going to follow. Would you be doing personal exposure sampling? And I might have missed that when my connection dropped. And yeah, I look forward to the results of your study, especially focusing on the urine sample. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. We will be doing urinary sampling, so we'll just be sampling urine samples from the petrol attendants, and we are also hoping to also do ambient sampling so that we can have the comparison of the BTEX within the petrol stations and also the amount of BTEX that we find in the urine samples of the petrol attendants. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thanks, Nokupiwa. Is it going to be personal measurements or just ambient area measurements?
We are hoping for both personal and ambient, yes.
All right, thanks. Looking forward to your study and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your question, Khotsimang. And Nokupiwa, while we have you on the mic, I was wondering if you would like to just share some key insights with us from your study for about a minute.
At the moment, it's still a study that is about to take place, so there isn't much to say. But from the previous studies that were done here in South Africa, even though they are quite limited, I think what was interesting, which is what I think I shared briefly on the results and discussion session, was that there's a discrepancy between the occupational exposure limits that are set by South Africa and those of the international limits. So since that study was done in 2015, it should be very interesting to see how the levels of BTEX we find at the petrol stations actually compare to the occupational exposure limits that are set by these organizations that I've just mentioned now.
Thank you very much, Nokupiwa. In the absence of any questions, I am going to call upon Ms. Zubaida Kirsten to just highlight a few key points from her study for us at this point. Ms. Kirsten, please.
Hello, hi, greetings. Thanks for the opportunity. Yes, so as you can see, it's not a study that has been done in particular in South Africa. So I'm definitely going to highlight the vulnerabilities and the challenges that are posted by the street reclaimers. And the reason I'm looking at it in two sections, in a pre and then a follow-up in a post-intervention study, is to just highlight and to ensure that they are going to be getting the training that is so deserving for them. And yes, so the question that was also asked, I have answered. It was asked about the study that has it been done in this country, and yes, it's going to be done. It hasn't been done that I know of. So by doing the pre and the post, as well as point of care testing, I hope to highlight their plight and bring it to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Kirsten, for sharing that information with us. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Millicent Mogogocha to just mention any key insights or any reflections that she has that she would like to highlight for us at this point. Millicent?
There might be some technical issues that I don't see Millicent's microphone. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Then we will move along and ask Dr. Ojo to please share any key insights or points that he would like to highlight for us from his work at this point.
Thank you. So for the audience, and some of the things that came out from the study are now being applied for the second piece of the study in designing co-designing a safety intervention training for the artisans. And the key things that came up are issues around, for instance, work characteristics, working at height, substance use, and how to get artisans not to use these things around work. And then some other things that are deep-seated in terms of their thought patterns and the things they feel can cause the injuries, which we're also trying to work on using this data to also address this. So those are some of the things we've been able to highlight. And also we are working also on the policy makers and these other stakeholders, especially the regulatory bodies from government, to ensure that we have more regulatory oversight over these artisans to reduce the burden of injuries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oju, for your response. And that, ladies and gentlemen, if we do not have any more questions or any comments that we'd like to make, I would just like to thank our presenters for taking the leap and for sharing their work with us. And I would like to wish them well for any further research endeavors. I am now going to be handing over to my colleague, but thank you for a very good participative session. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thanks to you. Much thanks to you, Monique. Well done. I think we've got lots of natural presenters in our ranks, which we would need to call upon to contribute to our growing sort of online presence. And yes, I now welcome Dr. Florence Masha, who's going to take the baton over from Monique for the digital poster presentations. And there we go. I see the picture and just to check quickly, I think I see the microphone. Yeah, there we go. Handing over to you. And you have that last session to take us home. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Firstly, I would like to just check if my camera and my audio is working well.
Your camera's perfect. Let me just check if you should, where's my sound levels? Yeah, well, you do have a headset. Yeah, no, that's good. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to chair this meeting. I would also like to acknowledge Mr. Ashraf, Prof. Spo Halamono, Prof. Nisha Naika, all the speakers and the presenters for the participation. This day is a success because of your participation. We are going to have 4 presenters in the second session and 5 poster presentations, meaning 1 presenter will have a responsibility of 2 posters, and each poster presentation has been allocated a 5-minute time frame. If time allows, we will have a 20-minute Q&A session at the end of the presentations. Please use the Q&A box for your questions. So the first presenter is Ms. Millicent Mahohoja. Apologies for that. Ms. Tembelihle Mayeza, and the title of the poster is Evaluation of the PDL1 22C3 clone using LICA bond 3 stainer to effectively identify lung cancer patients who may be eligible for anti-PDL1 immunotherapy. Mr. Ashraf, you may play the presentation.
Greetings, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to present to you an abstract of a research project that was conducted at the pathology section.
Apologies, just to check, is it visible and audible?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, I'll restart it. Apologies.
Greetings, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to present to you an abstract of a research project that was conducted at the pathology section titled The Evaluation of the PDL1 22C3 clone using the LICA bond stainer to effectively identify lung cancer patients who may be eligible for the anti-PDL1 immunotherapy. The PDL1 immunohistochemistry test is the only clinical trial companion diagnostic test approved for the identification of patients with non-small cell lung cancer for the treatment with Keytruda. This test is designed for the Envision Flex system as well as the DACO Autolink stainer platform or machine. In South Africa, public sector labs have a challenge because DACO is not widely available. This includes the NIOH pathology lab. Secondly, the PDL1 kit is very expensive. To bridge this gap, in this project, we developed our own PDL1 test protocol, similar to the gold standard or similar to the one for the DACO and Envision Flex method for the LICA bond machine that is available within the pathology lab. The aim of our study was to evaluate the lab-developed test for the PDL1 expression using non-small cell lung cancer formalin-fixed paraffin-embedded biopsies by comparing the results that were obtained on the LICA with the results that were obtained from the gold standard using DACO. This study included a total of 26 samples from patients who were diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer in the year of 2022. These selected samples had contained at least 100 viable tumor cells on the slide. The PDL1 test was then performed on the DACO using the gold standard as well as on the bond using the lab-developed test as well as the same samples. The expression of PDL1 was then evaluated using the tumor proportion score by 2 pathologists who were blinded to the staining method and to each other's evaluation. They recorded their results in the table using the PDL1 TPS expression. Data was analyzed using Stata version 16. The ethical clearance to conduct the study was obtained from the NIOH Research Committee as well as the Human Research Ethics Committee of Medical from the Wits University. For our resultant discussion, The Bond stainer showed an average sensitivity and specificity of 81.3 and 100% respectively, with a negative predictive value of 92% and a positive predictive value of 100%. Whilst the staining intensity on the LCD appeared weaker, the results remained reliable and consistent to the DACO, or the gold standard method. The table displayed here shows the TPS results that were recorded by the pathologist, with the highlighted cases indicating where their scoring was in disagreement. Images A and B are positive controls that were taken from a single patient, with image A was stained on the Laker bond using our lab-developed test, while B was tissue stained on the DACO using the gold standard method. And as you can see, the staining intensity differs between the two images. However, literature does show that staining intensity may vary depending on reagents, platform, or equipment used. However, this does not affect the TPS or the scoring of the PDL1 expression. In this study, we concluded that the Laker bond platform or machine offers a comparable and cost-effective analysis of PDL1 to the gold standard method. Although our initial objectives did not include a cost investigation, we discovered that during our budget planning, the gold standard method is actually 22% more expensive compared to our lab-developed test. We can safely say that this study presents opportunities to develop PDL1 assay on diverse IHC platforms or immunohistochemistry platforms or equipment, allowing other public sector labs to also provide the PDL1 screening as part of their diagnostic services. We would like to thank the Diagnose Tech for sponsoring the study with the PDL1 kit. Additionally, we would like to thank the NHLS and the NIOH Pathology Department for providing the facilities and resources necessary to conduct this research. And finally, thank you to the organizers of the NIOH Research Day for this platform.
Thank you, Tembelishe, for your comprehensive and insightful presentation. I will also remind the audience that you may write the name and the title of the poster in the QA box before posing a question. The next presenter is Ms. Tembi Mashele. The title of the poster is Surveillance of Occupational Lung Diseases at Autopsy in South African Miners 2021. Over to you.
Good day, everyone. My presentation is based on the surveillance of occupational lung diseases at autopsy in South African miners in 2021. The Pathology Division at the NIOH support a statutory requirement to analyze the cardiorespiratory organs of deceased miners, provided that the miner had worked in control mines and works within South Africa as per the Occupational Diseases and Mines and Works Act. The 2021 autopsy findings are used to determine the presence of compensable occupational respiratory diseases. A full autopsy is conducted on miners close to Johannesburg at the Witwatersrand mortuary. For miners distant from the Johannesburg, fixed cardiorespiratory organs are sent to the NIOH. The cardiorespiratory organs undergo observation for morphological details. Sections taken during observations undergo several laboratory procedures, which include overnight processing, embedding, and staining. Microscopy is conducted on the sections. Sections may undergo scanning electron microscopy for asbestos fiber counting. In lungs from miners who have a history of asbestos mining, and in all lung cancer cases, light microscopy is conducted on all cases to examine sections for a detailed microscopic and pathological report. The records from these cases are sent to the Medical Bureau for compensation. The records are also used for research and surveillance purposes. The method used for data management and analysis, we've used the PathOut database to store data, SAS Enterprise to clean our data, and Status 16 for statistical analysis. (546) miners came to autopsy in 2021. White miners were significantly older at autopsy, with more working years than black miners. Majority of deceased miners worked in the gold mining industry. Majority of the cases were sent from mining provinces such as Gauteng, Free State, and the Northern Cape. Occupational lung diseases with the highest prevalence rates were emphysema, silicosis, and active pulmonary TB. The last South African asbestos mine was closed in 2002, but there are still several asbestos-related diseases diagnosed at autopsy. In 2021, cases of asbestosis and mesothelioma were seen. In our study, we have concluded that the miners with historical asbestos exposure are still diagnosed due to the long latency of asbestos-related diseases. A decline has been observed in the rate of active pulmonary TB and silicosis amongst gold miners. A decreased number of miners are coming into autopsy, which may possibly reduce access to compensation. Recommendations for our study is to improve outreach campaigns, to adhere to policies to control dust in the mining industry, and for continued surveillance of occupational respiratory diseases. Thank you.
Thanks, Tembi, for an interesting and insightful presentation. There are no questions in the Q&A box, so I'll move over to the next presenter by Dr. Puleng Matatiele. The title of the poster is Quantification of Airborne Formaldehyde in an Occupational Setting, a Cross-Sectional Study.
Good afternoon once more, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. This is another work by one of the intern medical scientists in analytical service, Tsepang Moswete, who has completed her training and left the NIOH. The poster title is Quantification of Airborne Formaldehyde in an Occupational Setting, a Cross-Sectional Study. Although formaldehyde is used extensively in many industries such as agriculture, construction, manufacturing, embalming and pathology, and beauty, it can harm those who work with it, as indicated in Figure 1. As a result, all workplaces in South Africa that use formaldehyde are required by law to adhere to the requirements set by the regulations for hazardous chemical agents. The regulations require biomonitoring of staff working with any hazardous chemical agent. However, laboratory testing within South Africa, which is often necessary as part of medical surveillance, is hampered by the lack of accredited testing facilities. The research project therefore aimed to quantify airborne formaldehyde in an occupational setting using a validated analytical method. 28 air samples were collected on cartridges containing a silica gel matrix coated with 2,4-dinitrophenylhydrazine in the breathing zone from 3 laboratory clerks and 2 office-based medical scientists in a sample receiving department in a medical laboratory using personal air sampling pumps. 8 samples from 2 workers from a laboratory outside the sample receiving department served as the control crew. Formaldehyde was dissolved from the cartridges with acetonitrile and quantified using an in-house validated method on an Agilent HPLC with a diode array detector. The results, which is figure 2 here, show that the laboratory clerks were exposed to the highest concentration of formaldehyde, which exceeded the WHO 50th percentile odor detection threshold of 0.18 milligrams per cubic meter. In contrast, the medical scientists and the control group had formaldehyde concentrations below the WHO threshold. The median airborne formaldehyde concentrations shown in figure 3 differed significantly across all 3 groups with a p-value of 0.04. Post hoc testing revealed significant differences between the control group and both the medical scientists and lab clerks. However, no significant difference was found between the medical scientist and laboratory clerk groups. The study suggests that the lab clerks and medical scientists may be exposed to high levels of formaldehyde due to their work environment. However, the findings are limited by a small sample size, which could lead to inaccurate results, and the study's cross-sectional nature, which may not reflect typical exposure. Consequently, this means that the results cannot be used to assess compliance with occupational exposure limits. Nevertheless, it is strongly recommended that the lab clerks don appropriate personal protective equipment and make use of a fume hood to minimize their exposure when handling samples containing formaldehyde. So these are the references used for this poster. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Puleng, for your wonderful presentation. It's quite interesting, especially in the anatomical pathology department, because we use that a lot. So I see there is a few questions. There are a few questions in the Q&A box. So I will read them at the end of the poster presentation. Otherwise, as a reminder, please write the name of the presenter and the title of the poster before posing a question. The next presentation is by Mr. Wellington Mudena, and the title of the poster is The Impact of the Macro Environment on the Reporting of Occupational Injuries and Illnesses by Low-Income Workers compared to middle-income workers in South Africa.
Thank you for that, Dr. Florence. Just to say that there was a hand raised, which you might want to pick up later. Dr. Jeanette Mangani raised a hand.
Okay, thanks.
My name is Wellington Modena. I conducted this research together with Professor Nisha Naika and Professor Tanusha Singh. The topic of our research was impact of the microenvironment on reporting of occupational injuries and illnesses by low-income workers compared to middle-income workers in South Africa. Section 14 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act and Section 22 of the Mine Health and Safety Act require workers in mining, construction, and manufacturing in South Africa to report occupational injuries and illnesses to their employers or health and safety representatives. However, a growing body of research suggests that employee underreporting of workplace accidents is common globally, and this is resulting in a significant difference between national injury surveillance data and the true number of fatal and non-fatal occupational injuries and illnesses that occur in workplaces. Previous studies have focused on workplace internal microfactors that cause underreporting of occupational injuries and illnesses by workers. This research investigated the impact of macro-environmental factors outside of the workplace, which are economic, political and legal, demographic, socio-cultural, and technological, on reporting of injuries and illnesses, and compared reporting by low-income workers who earn less than 89,000 Rand per year to middle-income workers who earn between 89,000 and 707,000 Rand per year. This research was the first multi-sectoral study on health and safety reporting that was conducted across the mining, construction, and manufacturing sectors in South Africa. The findings of this study determined external factors which influence reporting beyond the micro-level organizational factors, which have been the focus of previous academic research. A sequential mixed methods research design was applied for this study. This included a questionnaire which was completed by 169 low and middle income workers from 6 construction, mining, and manufacturing companies in Gauteng, which identified macroenvironment factors that affect reporting. In-depth interviews were also conducted with occupational health and safety subject matter experts to establish their opinion concerning the factors which impact reporting. Descriptive statistics were used to summarize the data. The prominent macroenvironment factors which affect reporting were social, demographic, and economic factors. For social factors, this included language or communication barriers and racial differences between an employee and the person that they must report to. For demographic factors, this included high unemployment among workers in the same profession and difficulty in finding future employment due to age after losing a job from a workplace injury or illness. The economic factors which affect reporting were fear of job termination or layoff, reduced working hours or working light duty, and a salary pay cut while recovering from home following an occupational injury or illness. Subject matter experts that were interviewed in this study agreed that the economic factors have the greatest and similar impact on both low and middle income workers when it comes to reporting of occupational injuries and illnesses. A limitation for this study was that it was conducted in Gauteng province due to financial constraints. In conclusion, specific social, demographic, and economic macroenvironment factors were determined to affect reporting by low and middle income workers. Employers are encouraged to manage both the micro internal factors which occur in their organizations and macro environmental factors outside of their organizations which may prevent workers from reporting. This poster, as well as the study itself, was made possible due to the support and encouragement of Professor Nisha Naika, Professor Tanusha Singh, Dr. Tukozani Mbonane, Professor Martha Chajgiwa, as well as the contribution of research participants and the OSH subject matter experts that completed questionnaires and participated in the study interviews. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wellington, for your presentation. I will move over to the last but not least presenter, Ms. Tembi Mashele, who will be presenting asbestos containing material assessment, legacy in South African samples from 2018 to 2022.
Good day, everyone. I'll be doing my presentation based on asbestos containing materials assessment, legacy in South African samples from 2018 to 2022.
Asbestos is a silicate which is a confirmed carcinogen with 6 natural types. Asbestos has been banned for mining, manufacturing, and usage in numerous countries, including South Africa. Asbestos-containing materials include asbestos cement, tiles, tile adhesive, boards, textured coatings, and paint. Many of these products remain in buildings and homes in South Africa. New asbestos-related diseases are still being diagnosed, both in South Africa and globally. The NIOH offers an asbestos assessment service. This study aimed to provide a description of recent sources of continued exposure to asbestos-containing materials, from samples submitted for testing to the Institute between 2018 and 2022. Asbestos-containing materials were found in 44% of the samples, indicating asbestos remains in the environment in Southern Africa, and thus the risk of exposure to the mineral remains high. The highest percentage of samples received were from the public administration, with 57% of positive for asbestos, indicating a need for continued awareness in the sector. A high percentage of samples of cement products contained asbestos, followed by floor tiles and ceiling panels. As asbestos in building materials over time tends to weather or get disturbed or destructed during demolition, construction, and renovation, resulting in the release of asbestos fibers, these should be identified and monitored. Few of the air filter samples contained asbestos, which was reassuring, but a high average of positivity rate was seen in 3 provinces. As highlighted on the results, these were the Free State, Northern Cape, and Gauteng. This may indicate the persistent environmental legacy of asbestos in some areas, such as those surrounding asbestos mines or other mines contaminated with asbestos. Chrysotile was found in 88% of the samples, but crocidolite was the most observed in air filter samples. In our study, we have concluded that the majority of asbestos-containing materials were cementous by material. The high proportion of asbestos-containing samples that were analyzed at the Institute highlights the continued exposure of workers and general community to the toxic mineral. Therefore, awareness of asbestos should remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Tembi, for your presentation. We have reached the end of the poster presentations and we are right on time for Q&A session. So as I've alluded to you, we have a Q&A box for questions. You may also raise your hand if you want to engage with the presenters. So I've acknowledged 2 presenters. We have Jeanette Mangani and Eve Tumba. If your hand is still raised, So we will give you the powers to unmute yourself and pose your question. The floor is yours.
Hi, and thank you. My question is directed to Dr. Puleng. It's regarding the study on quantification of airborne formaldehyde. I think I recall the study and during the inception of it, and my expectation on this poster, I was looking at a similar thing like, the validation of the method for formaldehyde analysis. Because the way it's structured now, I think it may be misinterpreted, especially if you're not from maybe our discipline and so forth. For example, like now talking about comparing it to limits, and here we see the order threshold level is used instead of an occupational exposure. And besides all this, the comparison, the eligibility of someone to take measurement, that you need to talk about control measures, then that resides within the ambit of occupational hygienist who is within their scope and accredited to do that work. My proposal is, I believe your students do have the information that is talking to the initial objective that we spoke about. My suggestion is maybe we need to discuss and we see how best we address the initial objective, because the layout as it is and the findings and the conclusion, especially now that you need to give the recommendation of the use of control interventions, that should be coming from the findings and the methods and the calculations done by occupational hygienists. So I think we need to revert back to the initial objective, and we can sit and revisit that. I really appreciate, because I don't want the findings to be misinterpreted out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Jeanette, for your input. Dr. Puleng, do you want to add or comment?
Okay, all I can say is that I understand what Dr. Manganyi is saying, and also to say that the study is made up of two parts. The validation, and after validating the method, we want to apply the method and see that it works. So this is the second portion of that part. We were not deviating from the original plan. This is still part of the plan. However, the comparisons and all those things, yes, I do understand. That is why we're saying we cannot compare any of the results with the legal values, because this was just a preliminary study. A bigger, better design study would be suitable to make any valuable, valid conclusions. So yes, I'm open to discussing further with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Puleng. I'll move over to Eve Tumba.
Hi, Dr. Florence. I've got a feeling that Eve might not be wanting to ask a question. The microphone has been activated for a while and the hand stayed up. So perhaps we should just move on. Thanks.
Okay. So we'll move over to the Q&A box. Some of the questions I see they were answered by the presenters. So as I've mentioned, we advise that you mention the name of the presenter that you are posing the question to. So I'll read this question from Helena Crawford to Mr. Wellington, which says, we have proper induction before new employees commence work, we make sure that they understand the importance of all aspects and they have to write a test. If they fail, they must redo the induction. We give ample examples and explanations of numerous scenarios when and how accidents and incidents can occur. We investigate all injuries to determine whether it was caused by lack of understanding or a faulty machine. Restraining and fixing occurs immediately. Employees also look out for each other and they report their injuries, even injuries that occur at home. They get proper treatment on site and referral if necessary. However, while there may be some who do not report their injuries, we make sure that all employees are treated consistently and with respect. We take all measures to the benefit of the employee and to give them a chance to understand better and for personal improvement. But gross negligence can lead to termination. So this was actually a comment and not a question.
Okay. Dr. Florence, just in the WhatsApp background chat that we're keeping going as an organizing team, Tembi Mashele would like to answer a question. And I've just found that there may have been an issue here in Zoom and fix that for her. So what she should be doing is opening a microphone with your permission.
Okay. Let me just check. So she should be under participants.
A panelist. Tembi, can you open your microphone?
Good afternoon, Dr. Florence and Ashraf. Oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead. We can
I
hear
would
you.
like to answer a question asked by Charmaine, if I'm not mistaken. She wanted to know if there is a time frame between a miner having retired from work and the death of the miner that needs to lapse before they can request a post-mortem. So the answer to that is that there is no time frame, but they do require service history records for the miner, and they need to contact the NIOH once the miner has passed to conduct the post-mortem. Thank you.
Thank you, Tembi. Okay, while I was going through the Q&A box, I came across this question posed to Dr. Puleng. The question says, can you elaborate on the, okay, I think the question has moved to answered questions. I guess if we don't have further questions, I will give each presenter the platform to give us a brief highlight or key points that they want to mention. So I'll first start with Ms. Tembelishe Mayeza.
Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have much to add, but the key takeaway from the study that I did as an intern medical scientist is that our results strongly demonstrated that the PDL1 immunohistochemistry test can actually be performed using different platforms or equipment rather than the labs solely relying on the expensive Leica method, which is regarded as the gold standard method. Thank you.
Thanks, Tembelishe. The next presenter is Ms. Tembi Mashele. Please share with us the key highlights or a take-home message from your first poster presentation.
Good day, everyone. With our report, we aimed to just have increased awareness pertaining to the services we provide at the NIOH to analyze the cardiorespiratory organs of the deceased miners, because we have seen a reduction in the cardiorespiratory organs being received since the couple of years, since we've seen the last increase in 1995. So we just wanted to raise awareness so that miners and their families do know that there is compensation provided by the MBOD from the Occupational Disease and Mines Works Act. And this will assist us, the NIOH Pathology Division, to record the surveillance of these occupational respiratory diseases in our country. Thank you.
Dr. Marsha, just to quickly jump in, you got a hand. I think it's Kutatso Masedi under the attendees list. I've opened the microphone if Kutatso still wants to engage with you.
Kutatso, the floor is yours. There's no reply from Kutatso. So,
Yes, sorry, apologies for that.
No problem. Tembi, can you please cover the second poster presentation as well? Thanks.
Hi, Dr. Florence. For the second poster, it's quite similar to the first one. We've also seen a very large decrease in the number of industrial samples that we do receive in the department pertaining to asbestos within the environment. So it's just a brief overview, a look of what has happened since the previous 5 years between 2018 and 2022, and to document the types of asbestos that are still within our environment that everyone in the working environment and some private clients can be exposed to. Thank you.
I saw there was a hand raised by Bridget. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry, it was a mistake on my side.
No problem. So we'll move over to Dr. Huling. I don't know if you have highlights or a take-home message for the audience.
All I can say is that our study was just a preliminary study, which shows that a better, larger study is needed in order to make definite conclusions that can be compared to legal values regarding exposure to formaldehyde. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Puling. The last person that I will present is Mr. Wellington Mudena. Mr. Wellington, can you please give us highlights or key points?
Sure. Thank you very much, and good day to everyone. I think the key highlight from this study is that low and middle income workers all face the same microenvironment factors or challenges outside of their workplaces, which can affect reporting of injuries and illnesses. So, as Helena commented earlier, employers must provide support to their workers and be aware of factors outside of their workplaces, which, although they may not necessarily have control over, but increase the vulnerability of their workers and impact their willingness to report occupational illnesses and injuries. Thank you.
Thanks to all the presenters. Your presentations were fantastic, insightful, and interesting. So without further ado, I would like to hand over to Mr. Ashraf if there are no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Florence, Dr. Marsha. I think this session you chaired brings to a closure, I think, a very exciting day, and it's reflected in the comments being made in the webinar chat. I'm just going to remove some of the sort of general comments or questions that have already been answered in the Q&A box. Okay, so Andres Botas wanted to know about the assessment, and I would assume that's assessment for this particular webinar. There is no formal assessment for this webinar. But if you have another question with regard to perhaps a risk assessment or anything related to one of our presentations, please use the info@nih.ac.za, the info, I-N-F-O, info@nioh.ac.za, and please direct your question there. But you also see in the correspondence you've received, you'll find the research specific email address, which I just don't have in front of me immediately, but I'll find in a moment and put it in the chat box as well. Okay, so that's Andres. We're just quickly clearing the Q&A box before we... Okay, so let me just say done here. That one is not going to work until I type a word. And Louise De Wet says, well done. Thanks for that, Louise. Ferdinandus Boyson wants to know how many people attended this presentation or this webinar. Well, we've had, if I remember correctly, a total of 2,000 odd. And it is, let me just quickly check here. No, I can't do it with the online WhatsApp, but we had 2,000, I think 2,300 people who were registered by the time this particular session started. However, we can only accommodate 1,000 because our license has a maximum of 1,000 logins, and the rest of the people had gone to the YouTube channel, and then obviously the whole session is recorded and available on the YouTube channel even after we conclude. So that's Ferdinandes, and so that's done. Okay. Senamile Mtetwa. Okay, so I think this was answered, the question about the lead exposure and the legal responsibility. Yeah, so if anybody wants to come in there, then that would be fine. Yeah, okay, I think our Q&A box is clear. Thank you very much for that. And so let me conclude then in thanking all of you, the whole 1,000 of you that had filled all the seats in our virtual auditorium. And this is another one of those online webinars that we've done. And we've done somewhere between, I think, 100 and probably 130 by now, since the whole COVID pressure came for us to go online. And so the guest speakers, that was Dr. Manoto, Selo Manoto, Mr. Chris Shetty. Much thanks and much appreciation for their willingness to come to share with us and to prepare and take the time and present. And then obviously the head of our organization, the executive director, Prof. Spo Hanamono, and as mentioned earlier by our other chairpersons, the chairperson of our research committee, Professor Nisha Naika, and her global team there, and then the subcommittee team, that is the research day team, the organizing committee has made today possible. There's another great secret that happened during lunchtime, which I can't disclose, but people definitely worked hard on this. And then, the names is clear. It's in the slides with regard to who the people are that had made this great contribution. And I just want to quickly find it because I think it's important just to acknowledge people on the record. And that group of people is, as I said, Prof. Nisha Naika as the chairperson of the organizing committee, Dr. Jitsi Joseph from the toxicology and biochemistry section, Dr. Mantombi Maseme from the biobank section, Dr. Nancy Gomba, who also chaired one of our sessions today from the immunology and microbiology section, Ms. Angel Munzinelli, the head of the information services section. There's a microphone I just need to close. One moment. Okay, and then there was also Ms. Babalwa Jekwa, and I'll make special mention of her and somebody else I'll mention in a moment, Ms. Lufuno Muleba, also from immunology and microbiology section. I'm going to skip one name there. And then there's a group of technical people that don't always sit in front of the cameras or speak over the microphones. And they are the people from the IT, the information technology, and the communications department. And without them, whatever we're doing here today would not have been possible. So I'll start with the first person from communications, Mr. Vuyo Sabani, who's helping out here at the NIOH. He is subordinate, Mr. Msingati, Msi as we call him, and he is our graphic designer and has made all those videos you've just seen now as palatable as they were. Some of them were not all that in a great state, and he had done some magic there. And with that, I need to again mention with him Ms. Babalwa Jekwa. The two of them over the last few days have been sort of putting a rubber on the tar, if I can put it that way, and much of it is done. Unfortunately, there was one where the audio was a little bit perhaps too low, but I think we're learning in the process. And then clearly the head of the main team person, and I don't want to say something about why he shouldn't have been here today, Mr. Dabani Zwane. He's the lead person amongst the IT colleagues, Mr. Kangwelo Ramazenze, and then Ms. Kate Stowe and Mr. Sibusiso Mabena. To all of them, and I wanted to particularly mention them all by name, I think much thanks and warm appreciation for what you have done to make this all possible. And with that, I hope I have not missed out on anybody else other than the other committee members, which I've already mentioned. Yes, I'm just looking at the list. And then quite clearly, there is the big team here at the NIH, and you've heard how Prof. Sapo had introduced them and what we do here. Please visit our YouTube channel where all the video recordings of our sessions are. Visit our website. There's lots of resources there. And I think by now the additional resources made available by Mr. Chetty should also be on that webpage. And I think what I should do is end now in 2 minutes' time and offer a commitment that I'll send an email to all of those who had attended with the links to those resources on the website. And if some people are still busy with the research and their presentation slides and so on might not be available at this point in time because it's subject to all the research protocols, but the video recording is definitely on the YouTube channel. So please feel free to go and review it there, and then also to share that with the colleagues that you have at work or others that might be interested in it. And with that, I say thank you very much, everybody, and conclude this session of the National Institute for Occupational Health's 2024 Biannual Research Day. And we'll see you at the next major online occasion. And certainly we look forward to the next online webinar. For those who've asked questions about the CPD points, those have been allocated to you. We will process that for the Health Professional Council of South Africa. And for all other professional bodies, I think you as members would have to submit your CPD certificates, which you will receive hopefully within the next 24 or so hours, subject to how quickly we can process the CSV records of this Zoom session. So thank you, everybody. Good day. Stay safe and enjoy your last day of the week tomorrow and the weekend that follows. Goodbye.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you, Prospo.
you.